encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? For those that are tuning in on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm your host, Dave Cias. Welcome to Lechuza Bruja Friday, which I have a co host here for Friday for tonight, my sister B.
Hi everyone.
She, talking about some interesting topics, and I think it fits in for tonight. We're going to talk about the title is Lechuza Bruja Blood Sucking. Is it real? And if they are draining blood out of people's body, are they vampiristic, like a vampire or something with fangs? Is the question. How are they draining the blood? What are they doing? Are they do they got fangs? Are they cutting the people? Are they cutting people, putting the blood in a what do you
Hi
call
there.
it? Like glass? I mean, in cups, or what are they doing? So that's what we're going to
Bringing the
talk
blood.
about here tonight. Uh, and we're just going to be talking about things in that nature, dealing with the bruja lechuzas of what they do and things like that. We're here to reveal some of the things that they do. I know sometimes when I speak about this, certain things, dealing with a balance, get upset because I'm revealing certain things. The things that are revealed is through things that we remember and things that are happening at present time. So let me share out this live here real quick, and I'm going to give you the floor if you want to say something to the viewer. I mean, we got three people right now.
Hi
Um,
everyone. How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm going to share out this live to the couple of groups that share on Facebook real quick.
We're gonna talk about witches and Lechuzas.
There you go. Maybe you can start off in sharing a story of what you remember. And the moment that we'll give it a little bit of time, we'll let some people hopefully come in into
Mhm.
the lobby. I know Fridays, I think sometimes
Yeah.
we have pretty good turnout on Fridays, and then there's times where it's slow, but we'll see tonight. So let me share out this live feed to the groups that I shared to real quick. No, I was debating whether I was going to do a live or not, but my sister called me and we started talking about certain things that's happening, and I say, hey man, that's a good topic right there because for those that have family members, you remember those before you. So when you remember those before you remember also certain things that happen, because the memories are there. You remember stories, you remember things that they talk about and
He
things of that
said,
nature.
he said PRT is still running, but it's about to
Oh,
finish.
that's fine. I just jumped on to my normal time, like I always do. Whether people are running or not, that's what we do here. But tonight's topic is going to be pretty interesting. What we're going to talk about here, and we're going to get deep because we're not just going to talk about the past. We're also going to talk about the present because certain things are happening in the present. That certain things are revealing themselves. Sometimes when somebody says a story, right, and it happens to all of us because there's a lot of stuff within social media, right? That, for example, you got people with AI, Bigfoots, AI aliens, and all these AI dark shadow figures that you could tell is created by AI. That when somebody to me, it feels like they're creating all this stuff to when people have real proof and they're trying to show their proof, they're trying to stop them. They're trying to get people not to believe in the proof of what they're sharing, like trying to protect, not to reveal with the DDNR that there's somebody demonic Nephilim, right? So they make all
Yeah.
these false agendas, like for example, uh, aliens are running this planet. You know, that's one of the agendas. You got all kinds of aliens, right? It reminds me of the movies Men in Black, where they got all these different kind of aliens. You know, that's the BS that our government and the people that are affiliated with the other side of the balance. That's what they're trying to produce right now. That's what they're trying to get to be people to believe in. But for those like me that have the spiritual gifts, my sister and others, right? That we are spiritually gifted because we are being guided through a higher power, through our spiritual instincts. That we know the truth because we've been fighting this spiritual war for a very long time since we were kids. So we know the balance because we've seen it, we've experienced it, we witnessed it, and we've experienced it. That we understand what it takes to overcome the balance. So, what do you think about that? What I'm talking about, sis?
Well, it's I mean, I've seen it, you know, I've seen it and lived through it. I've seen them in my dreams. I've seen them back home, outside in the backyard. I've seen them in your room when you were really, really sick. Um, I've heard them, you know, running on the roof. I don't know if it was a lechuza or a bruja, you know, could have been a bit, and you know, I've seen them, but
Yes, sometimes it's demonic manifestations, you know.
mhm. Yes,
And for people to say that it's not always demonic, that it's spirits, I'm just here to tell you that
it's
they're
the
lying
money.
to you
Yeah,
because once the spirit is gone, the spirit is gone from this plane. Now, the entrance spirits, since they're spirits, they know the spirit. Just like for those that have a heavenly foundation, we know the spirit, and the spirit that I'm talking about, we know the spirit of somebody's spiritual aura, and we know if there's somebody infiltrating a person,
it's a
which
good
is an
one or a
unclean
bad
spirit,
one. Yes,
that we'll be able to tell the difference between a person that's normal or a person that has a negative attachment on them. And I'm sharing it right here on Spiritual Diddy and Encounters. For the people that believe that they're making contact with ghosts
mm,
or with the spirit of somebody, when they say that it's not always demons, well, I'm here to tell you you're being deceived.
yeah,
Especially when you use uh, the freaking Ouija board to communicate. That's a portal. You use cards, tarot cards to communicate. You use yourself as a vessel. So supposedly the spirits could go into you. Well, guess what? You're allowing anything to go into your foundation because spirits are spirits, right? So
yes.
that's where the unclean spirits come in and infiltrate your vessel. So then you have two problems. You're lying to the people that you're supposedly trying to help because you think you're some kind of psychic or have medium powers or a clairvoyant, and you're lying to the people because the unclean spirit is entering your vessel is lying to them.
But
And
like
then
you
it
say,
go ahead,
but you
sis.
can tell you like you say you can tell if it's a good spirit or a bad spirit, you know?
Yes,
Yeah.
you could tell the aura of a person,
Yes.
the spiritual aura. You could tell when somebody's up to good and when somebody's up to no good. What kind of signs would there be, sis? Because I know there's signs when an unclean spirit has control of somebody.
You can just the vibe, the aura, you can just tell. You can just, you know, by just by the way they look, you know, and the way they're talking and the way they act, you know, just like hi Maddie, Maddie. But yeah, you just by like how you say by the aura and just If it's are you talking about apparitions or
Well,
people?
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of people
Yeah,
that are deceived because
yeah,
they're thinking that they're talking to a loved one, and it's not a loved one.
no,
That's why it specifically says, test the spirit in Jesus Christ's name, which
yeah.
means if it's something that seems to manifest to look like a loved one, like your mother, or and we're going to
Oh,
get into this because we have some stories for y'all, or a loved one, like somebody that might be alive, somebody that might be deceased, and they're manifesting. You put that manifestation through the spiritual test. You type on your wicked through the name of Jesus Christ. If it disappears, that by itself is already letting you know that it's demonic in nature. It's not the
mhm,
spirit of somebody that's alive
okay.
or somebody that's deceased, because it's not. The spirits do not remain in. I mean, there is certain spirits like from magnet souls that might remain, but those spirits have to be, how should I say, puzzled back together. Make him whole again, and the
Yes.
only way you can make him whole again is through prayer and through the help of the Heavenly Father to be able to guide them into the heavenly light. So, what do you think about, sis? I mean, what do you think about what I'm talking about? That when people talk about that, they contacted a spirit of a little boy, a little girl, because I'm telling you what, these demons, man, and that's what people are afraid of when we talk about demons, because it takes away from their agenda of what they're trying to put out there.
Mhm. Well,
I'm
David
just telling you,
are
the,
deceiving.
the demons can mimic the voices of children,
Yes, of
and
anybody. They can
especially
make
at
up anything.
3 in the freaking morning. You know how many
Yes.
people have had experiences at 3 in the morning of children outside their home, and we know it's not children at 3 in the freaking morning. There's only one thing that can mimic those voices that way, not just
Mm-hmm.
of children, but of women. Or we know
Anybody.
what's out there at 3 in the morning. Three is a demonic hour, right? This
Yes.
demonic activity.
Hi, Edna.
We got my sister B here. If y'all haven't seen This What's the Sonnet season 3 episode 2, something is out there not human. My sister came out on the show with me. Uh, we're talking about certain things, but I wanted to start it this way. Talk a little bit because we're talking about things of the past, present. We're going to talk about things of the past, the
Oh,
present. That's what we're going to talk about here tonight. So, what do you know of ghosts? I know you were having some problems in where you're at
back
with
home.
supposedly a ghost that you thought it was a ghost.
Oh, yeah, well, I would see a man pacing back and forth all the time outside during the day, and there was no way that there was a man that could, because the gate was locked in the back and it's brick. And I would see him pacing back and forth. But when I first moved over here, um, I just had like a feeling, and I would see somebody too in the front because with when I had my windows open, and but the ones in the front, it would like move fast, but the man in the back, I could see him, his whole body. It was a white man. He would pace back and forth, and at night they would move my bed. They would like shake my bed, and I would pray, you know, and they did that for a few months, and I would see the man out there. So I told the man that he wasn't welcome, that
What
he
was he?
needs to leave.
How would you see him? Was he wearing
Like,
was he all black, or I mean like
no,
wearing black?
he was wearing, it looked like a white shirt and pants, like a white striped shirt and pants.
Hmm.
I could see him like that, just going back and forth, pacing.
But you couldn't tell what
Here,
nationality he was.
yes, he was a white man here, and when we moved here to this house, but you know, I rebuked him and I told him he had to leave. He wasn't welcome here, and it he left. Adam Gaia was out. He was like looking at me like freaking out. what are you doing, mom? And he was like freaking out. And I think that was the same white man that Adam had a dream of, and it scared him a lot. And I think it was that same white man, and but he left, and stuff started calming down a lot. But when I first came up here at the apartment, the first night that I slept in there, I could hear somebody crying, a woman crying
Mm-hmm.
every night. I was like, "What in the world?" And then I could see something pacing outside the door because I slept in the living room, right? Because he had a one bedroom apartment, and he was pacing back and forth, and I could see the shadow. I could see him because there was the window and then the door, and I was right there, and I was like, "What in the world?" And then I would like listen because I would hear that woman crying all the time, and then I prayed and stuff, but I could still hear it, and I kept on praying, and then that crying stopped, and I could still see that person. I don't know. I say a person because I could see him pacing back and forth and outside the door. And then one night I went outside. I think it was like at 3 in the morning. Go smoke a cigarette, and that's when I heard somebody running towards me. It was in the second floor, and there was nobody outside. And I looked, and there was nobody. They were running fast towards me. So I just turned off my
Well,
cigarette, went back
you
inside
heard
again.
the footsteps.
Yeah, the stomping, running. They were running, but there was nobody. So
And
I
did
was
it?
like, "What in the
How
world?"
far away did the running stop from you?
It it close,
Like
close
right in
by
front of
me
you.
on the side, because I was standing facing to the other apartments, and because it was two stories,
Mm-hmm.
and it had the railing and stuff. It stopped right by me, and I looked, and so I turned off the cigarette. I went inside, closed the door, locked it, and started praying. I started praying, and then that's when I would. That's the when I saw that little girl when I was asleep. I could see myself sleeping. Remember I told you, and I could see myself sleeping, and that little girl, I just saw her jump on the bed. I just saw her jump
So
in the
how did
bed, and
the
that's
little girl that you seen jump on the bed look like?
it was a little girl.
Yeah, but how what was she
Exactly.
wearing?
She she had pig. Well, there were pigtail. Well, yeah, there were pigtails, but there were like braids. It was a braid on each side, and her hair was pretty long, and she was wearing a dress, I believe, like one of those old dresses,
Like
like with little
the flower
sleeves.
dresses,
And she was, and she was right next to me, kneeling down with her hands down and her head down. Her face was down, and she was
but you
like
couldn't see her
saying,
face.
"No." I couldn't see her face because she was looking down, like covering her
Yeah.
face, And that's what she was saying. They're coming, be quiet, they're coming, they're coming. And I could see myself laying down. I couldn't move or anything. And I tried to get out of the dream, but I couldn't. And and I could see people outside the door. And she was really scared, and she kept on saying, "They're coming, they're coming, they're coming. Look, they're coming in, they're coming in." And I couldn't. I tried to get out. Like I think it like probably like 5 or 6 times. The sixth time I woke up. But I woke up too because at the very end she looked at me and she said, "Mommy."
Whoa.
And that's when I like came out, came out of it, and that was the only time that happened to me there. But you know, I know she was already gone. I think she was already dead. You know, but yeah. But about like right before I came up here, Abram, I lived with Angie. I was with Angie. There was, I saw,
That was in Killeen, right? Because you moved from Elms Grove.
Sinclair.
We're gonna go backtrack right now and go to the beginning in a moment. But you
Yeah,
were living in
and
downtown Killeen, I think nearby where Sister
yes,
Brenda lives.
and it was at night, and we were all late. Well, she was asleep, and I was laying down, and then I got up to go. I got up to go pee, and I went and I laid back down, and I dozed off, and then I like kind of woke up because I had a feeling. I woke up and I saw. I know it was a woman. It was a woman. And then but she was all dark though. It was a woman, all dark. It was like a shadow figure, and next to her was a tall person, and they had like a cloak. They had a cloak, and I couldn't see their faces, but I say it was a woman and a man. I don't know who it was. And then they just looked, and they like walked towards the bathroom and disappeared. Mhm. Una bruja y brujo, probably.
So, sometimes there is a lot of activity in areas. If there is, uh, it's one of those things that we know that what energy of the limestone can do. It stores energy
Hmm.
in which,
Yeah.
like, if you're, excuse my language, excuse me,
He had four
if you're in an
fans.
area
He was
where the foundation of your town or your home is limestone, well, when the sun hits it, it stores energy. So you most likely will have a lot of paranormal activity. You hear it all the time. People that are at the lakes have paranormal activity. People that are by the creek have paranormal activity. Even by the ocean,
even,
because there's a lot
even when you're
of
driving,
limestone and stuff
even
like
when,
that there too. So a lot of these locations, they're built on limestone or some kind of yeah. So there's different kinds of limestone. There's different kinds, but they all store energy. And wherever it's located, and you start having activity, it's most likely because there's limestone nearby and using the energy of the limestone to manifest. Now, what is manifesting? Is it spirits or is it what is it that drains energy from people?
Mhm. Demons,
Well, what is it that drains energy from people, brother and sisters? We've heard it, right?
demon.
We've heard it
Hmm.
from even from people that are ghost hunters that they feel they got zapped by something. Then they'll show
Yeah,
you
they're
the
demons.
scratches that have three scratches, right? Three
Hmm.
scratches, or and they're winded and they're too weak to walk that they have to carry them. And then they show the three scratches. What did the three symbolize? It symbolizes mocking of the Holy Trinity, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy
Yeah.
Spirit, which is demons. The demonic
Mhm.
hour, 3 in the morning. That's another. If
Mhm.
you're having activity around 3 in the morning, well, guess what? There's demonic activity.
Yes. And that's right, Edna. The land remembers where tragic things took place because like even like when I would be driving I could see the people where they like died along the road, or they would be like right next to the car. You know what I'm you experienced that too, huh, Abram?
Oh yeah, all the time, all the time.
Yeah.
Um, the thing is that the demons, the unclean spirits,
During the day he
they're
had
literally a spirit is for spirits or things that've been here. They're still here in this realm. They're from the past. They're in the present, and most likely they're going to be in the future because they're here. Until the day of judgment, so that they know your every freaking move. So they know
yeah.
your past, they know your present, and they know the future. So they can try to implement themselves anytime in your past, in your present, or in the future to try to see if they can find a spiritual opening to your vessel. That's what they do.
But I do,
They know what you
yeah,
believe in, they know what you talk about, they know what you've been doing, spiritually. The spirit knows the spirit. So that they know what you're up to, they know your works, they know what you do. And like I said, all they need is to have something over somebody is the power of belief. That's all they need. What do you think that the demons, right? Demons or unclean spirits, however you want to call them. We don't have to call them demons. We can call them unclean spirits. We can call them the fallen angels. We could call them the Gideon, disembodied demonic Nephilim. We can call them the
would
Jinn,
be a good
and many
thing.
other names.
We will
Uh,
try to
they're the reason that they manifest to mimic like people we care about that we love, or people that are not here no more, is to see if they can get us to believe that that it's them. And if we give it a little bit of power of belief, then they attack. So I'm going to let my sister talk right now and share some experience of the times that she went through something like that. I don't know if you want to talk about back home right now, or you want to. I know you have a couple of incidents that happened to
oh,
you.
and, saying I've always wondered if my late husband would be at the apartment where we were attacked and he was murdered. He probably was at first, you know. I believe that he was because I would see my mom, but this I saw my mom. She was already dead. I saw her in the house. It looked exactly like her, but she was looking around where everybody was sleeping. And when she turned and looked at me, it wasn't her. Um, I could tell that it was something demonic because of the way the smile that she had. It was a wicked smile and the face. It scared me and I closed my eyes. But even like when my brother-in-law passed away, I would see him in the house in my sister's house. But then after a while, he was gone. And I mean, my mom would like, I would, we would hear her every night. She would come and she would sing to my little sister. But at the same time, me and my sister were like kind of scared. I didn't know my sister could hear her too, but I would keep my eyes closed, and at the same time, we could smell and you could smell like the death. When they're in the casket of the what do you call it? The um,
Senisa,
she just smelled the farmer. I can't say it. I could smell her, the death, but she would come and sing to my little sister every night. Um, for about 2 months, she did that, and she would come in the morning. We could hear her walking, and she would come to our room where the girls were sleeping, and she would tell us, "Get up! It's time to get ready to go to school." And then you could hear her walking, and she would go to the boys' room where they were sleeping. I don't know if they heard her or not, and she would say the same thing to the boys, but she would say it in Spanish. And this was for about 2, 3 months. She did that. Yes, that and it was really, really strong, man. That smell, really super strong. And then,
how were you? Well, how
then
were you when we lost our mother? You were like 13, 12.
four, 13,
You were 13.
turning 4,
Yeah,
13, gonna turn 14.
I was 15. My sister was
No,
14, and then my
Lupita,
sister B was 13.
I was gonna turn 14. Lupita was gonna turn, yeah, because we're all a year apart. But even though, you know, for 3 straight months that happened, I guess she wasn't ready to leave, but I think that was her, you know. But when I saw her when she passed away, that wasn't her. It was something demonic. And I would always see her at the house. I would see her in the back door, and I would see her in the front door standing. And that I know that wasn't her, because in the house that we lived was very, very, um, how do I say it? There was a lot of
Poltergeist,
real bad stuff
a
there.
lot of supernatural activity.
Yes, a lot of it.
It,
And yeah, and and I knew that wasn't her. I could, my hairs would stand up, in my arms in the back of the neck.
okay, Sister Hannah says,
Yes,
okay, so they can check on us for a while, and they can say they stay in heaven. Yeah, I mean, they can come as in guardian angels, or
yes,
the Heavenly Father has a certain structure that He does, but spiritually they can contact us. Normally when if they are angelic, right, or they are guardians, if you were to see them in your dream, or because they might be looking out for you. One thing that they'd
yes,
be worrying of what I witnessed because of somebody that I encountered that had passed away would be white. I'm talking about like a white garment. That's what I seen of somebody
they look beautiful.
that was family that I seen him the day after that he passed away, and I seen him dressed all in white. But he just showed himself real quick and was trying to show me something. He had a piece of selenite in his hand. He was trying to show me, trying to tell me. And sometimes when a person passes away, you're not going to see them at the time. You're not going to see them how they look when they passed away. You're going to see them as when they were in their happiest time in their life. You're going to see them that way. Of course, you can be deceived by the unclean spirits that manifest and they can look differently, but you're able to tell the difference. But he
Yes,
was showing me the selenite, and then that was it. That's the only message that I ever received from him, was like to let me know that he had made it, that he crossed over, and he
hmm,
told me about the selenite. So I looked up about the selenite and found out that the selenite stores energy. You can charge up minerals on that selenite. And another thing, your guardian angels and the heavenly angels can come and assist you spiritually because of the selenite itself. If you keep it at your house, it's uh, it can use that energy so they can come and assist you spiritually. It's crazy, but that's what I received out of it. But of course, through prayer and Jesus Christ, He comes and assists us also spiritually, especially where we maintain our Heavenly Love Foundation and we have a relationship with Him.
just like when I saw mom when I was in the hospital, really, really sick, and I mean, really bad. They didn't know if I was gonna make it or not. Um, she was my guardian angel. I saw her. I saw her, and she looked real beautiful. And she was wearing like a white gown, a
Yeah,
dress, and she had
Sister Cynthia says, I only saw
beautiful
my mom,
wings.
dad, grandma, and nephew in my dreams. Yeah, they saw that. It's like
Yeah.
in your dream, or yeah, it's going to be in a dreamlike state that you're going to see them. That they're letting you know that they made it. Spiritually. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, then and I saw my mom, like I say, and she looked beautiful. She had wings, big, beautiful wings. And like I say, and there was all these angels around her. That was my near death experience. She was there for me, looking out for me. But yeah, like my when my other brother-in-law passed away, I would see him too. He would come because he would work at night, and I could hear him pull up. I would hear him close the door, turn off the car and close the door, walk up the steps. I could hear the keys, and he would open the door and walk in. I would hear him every night, you know, until one night I saw him standing in the kitchen,
In the
and
dream,
he would
or you were
be,
awake?
No, in person, he looked like a real person. He was wearing his, his muscle shirt that he wears and his jeans. And he had his glasses on and everything. He didn't move. He didn't nothing. He was just standing in the kitchen looking out the window. And I know that wasn't anything bad, because if it was something bad, I could feel it. But yeah,
Because I remember there was times when my other sister, uh, my brother-in-law, that he died in a car accident. That she would call me because there was activity
mhm,
that was happening
yes,
outside, and I would show up at her house. It was like a from where I lived to where she lived. It was like a 20-minute drive, maybe. I would try to make it as best
but
I
those were
could there,
battlefields.
and I would see the activity that was in the backyard across the barbed wire fence,
Yeah,
which I would see these
those were shadow figures.
dark shadow
Yeah,
figures. When we talk about
yeah, those
dark
were
shadow
big.
figures, I would see a lot of them in the background there. They'll be just camping out there, and you could hear some kind of chanting going on. So I'll go into prayer, and we'll go into spiritual warfare, and I'll tell them that I will welcome there to leave, and after a while they will leave. And then I will go back home. But that's the kind of activity that's in Central Texas. Sometimes they manifest or they do those kind of things just to see if you're going to give it power of belief. Which there's a lot of people that make the mistake of giving it the power of belief.
Yeah.
AKA, we got people that read cards say they can communicate with the dead, right? What do you call those people? Card readers, and there's another name for them. They call themselves
Bruja?
psychics,
Psychics.
and many other things because they open up themselves to that, and it's sad because there's a lot of people that get, first of
No,
all, they're getting freaking robbed from their money because whatever they're saying to, they might believe because they might relate to them in some kind of way, but they're being deceived because
but
it's getting the best of everybody involved. What do you think about that, sis? Or do you think that they're
look, look,
about?
some of them are legit. Some of them are legit. I say this because when I was young, I went with Lila to Ernest's sister, Ernest's aunt, and she would read cards. And I went in with her and she read the cards for her and stuff. And then she looked at me and then she asked me if I wanted a reading. And I told her no. And then he says, she started telling me stuff. And I didn't tell her what my name was or anything. And she told me everything what happened in our family. And she told me that I was gonna marry this man. And she described the man and she told me how many kids I was gonna have and what I was gonna name them. And they said, and that was Guy Abram. That was Guy. He told me how many boys and how many girls I was gonna have. And this was Ernest's aunt. And I didn't tell her anything because I do believe that there's good ones and there's bad ones, you know. But I don't know. That person is
There's
six
good
five,
ones
but
and there's bad ones. The yin and the yang.
yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
magic is magic, right? Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub.
No, she just I no, I didn't tell her that I wanted her to read my cards. She just
Well,
told
I
me
understand.
she just started telling me.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
spiritually, people know certain things, but when you open up
And
yourself like
I
that,
did and I did marry that person that she described and I did have so many boys and I mean the amount of kids that she said I was gonna have, you know, and I named them those names.
Somebody says, learning says, and some who read actually mean well, they just don't know they're talking to a demon instead. So whatever happened
Would it
to
be?
the woman?
Well, she died of old age of complications. I think she had like cancer or something like that. But yeah, but like I was the last one to leave back home, and I would always see my mom, and I would always see shadow figures, and I would always see. Well, I say there were witches, and I say there were demons because I would see the ones with red eyes. Because I know there was, I don't know if it had to be a person that would always stand outside the window because I could smell cigarette smoke, but I could see red eyes.
Red eyes.
Every red eyes, yes, and I couldn't see their face, but it was like it was they were all like the it was all dark, the silhouette, I could see
You know,
the
when you
thing,
mean
the
about back
person.
home, you're talking about where we grew up.
Yes, where we grew up. Yes, she was spot on, Edna. I had four boys and one girl, and that's the names that she said that I was gonna name them. I named them. And you know what? And the funny thing is, I didn't remember until me and my sister were talking, and it just like there's a lot of things that I don't remember, but I get like flashes, and it's like you open a faucet and then I start remembering things.
But
But yeah,
do you think that's how they get a lot of people lured in into all that? That they because they want them to believe that they have those abilities. So that's how a lot of people get lured into doing the card readings and I guess into all that, thinking that that what is being told to them is the truth. But if they only knew what the Heavenly Father can do,
yeah,
I think a lot of people get lured that way. I know
yeah.
there
But
was
I mean,
certain of them that said that they were psychic and mediums, and they turned out to be
oh yeah,
frauds
some of them,
because they would look up somebody's name through the computer, say certain
yeah,
things about them that way, and then they tell them something. It's like, oh, I knew about that, but they would look them up their information on the internet
mm,
and tell them certain things like if they lost a loved one, a little brother, or a mother, and they'll say something like that, or about an uncle. You know, they look down to see who's related to them and stuff like that.
but yeah, but like back in the days when we were growing up, you know how it was, you know.
Our
Um,
town was a small town, so it's not that hard to figure out who's related to who and stuff like that.
yeah, but how did she know? She described Guy to a T. How did she know I was gonna marry a man like that? I was like, nah. I didn't believe her. I didn't believe her. But like I say, you know, when I got older, I remembered because me and Lupita were talking, and I just remembered, and I told her, and she was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah,
So, have you gone through any more people like that?
no, no." I went with Lydia because she was gonna do that. She wanted for her to do that, and I went with her, but I wasn't gonna get my uh was it the cards or was it the palm?
Wasn't it
The
a
cards.
palm reading you did? What about the thing with
I'm
the palm readers?
I'm thinking it was the pomade bun. I don't think I don't. I it's been the card. It was the cards or the palm. What one of the two? But she told me everything to a T. But yeah, because I do believe there's good ones. You know how they say there's good witches and there's bad witches, and we know about the bad witches. Yeah, the Ouija board. It's not good.
The Ouija board.
Yeah, and I think that's why too. I started, because I miss my mom a lot, and I would see, you know, I wanted to see if she would answer me or whatever, if she was there still.
So you're trying to communicate to her.
Yeah, I mean, she came in my dreams too.
So how were
She
you?
came in my
How old
dream.
were you when you were messing? When you started messing with your Ouija board?
I think I was like what,
14.
16? No, 15, 16. And I remember, or my sister told me that my mom went into her dream and told her that I was messing with it. And I think she called you, didn't she, Abram? And told you?
I cannot remember.
But she said that she saw my mom and she was standing outside in the lamppost and she was all dressed in white and there was like a bright light around her, a white bright light around her. That she looked beautiful and that she told her that I was messing with it and that she had to, you know, for me to tell me to stop because it wasn't good. Going to meet and stay with a dark man who was going to take me
So do you?
far into
But you
the.
don't remember of one of those things going wrong where the person that's doing the reading that something takes over them.
No, it was her. It was her.
That I'm saying
Um,
that there's a that you can tell it's not the
like a
spirit
demonic.
of somebody that they're saying that they're communicating with, but it's something else.
Yeah, I know it's something else. Because when I was well, I know that when I was messing with the Ouija board, it wasn't nothing good. It was nothing good. But like that with the readings and stuff, I've known that sometimes it does take over them, and stuff like that. But I've never, only that one time, my great grandmother looked in the dream I had where she came to me. She was in a white dress with one and fell asleep for 3 days straight. Do you remember that one night, Abram? I don't know if you ever saw like I remember I was outside and I was taking the clothes off the line and there was all these, I say there were witches all outside in the on the tall grass because they looked like they had cloaks. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I would always see they had like black cloaks on.
Yeah, she was all in white with yes, yes. And I, when I saw my mom that night when she passed away, I saw her in the house, and you know, I know it was something demonic because it wasn't her. But my aunt picked us up that night, and we all went to her house, and me and my sister and my my little brother and my little sister were in the same room in the bed, and there was a real, I mean, it was dark, and there was a real bright light in the corner, and we knew it was her. When we saw that real bright light, um, it started raining really hard because they were looking for my mom that night. But it was the brightest light ever. It was really white, and me and my sister saw it, and my sister says, "Look, that's mom." And my mom would always tell us when it rains really, really hard, is because somebody you love has died. She would always tell us that. What does the what does it think
Yeah, we
about?
had it's not good messing with the Ouija board because what you're literally communicating with is demonic. I'll be straight up with you. That's what it is. It's a
Yeah,
portal.
yeah, it
You
is.
open up that portal, and that's exactly what it is. Even the demon will tell you when he makes his appearance, trying to promise you all the money in the world. He'll try to tell you not to believe in Jesus Christ. He wouldn't even say his name. You're like, what doesn't he say his name? Not because he's got power, because he knows when you type out and reckon through an image of Jesus Christ, that he's going to flee. You overcome him spiritually. Yeah, they try to promise you all kinds of things. That's why I can't understand why people say that
Yes,
when they communicate with somebody or something, that it's a spirit of the loved one. The only thing I can tell y'all is put that spirit to the test, and you'll find out what it is. If it's you think it's your loved one or the spirit of your loved one or someone you might know, type binary wicked in Jesus Christ's name and see what happens. But you see, there's a difference when something manifests in your dreams compared to when something manifests in your
person.
reality. Completely different.
Yes,
Completely different.
because it was
Because a
like,
dream is a dream, but reality is reality. And
and it didn't
what
look.
happened to me, it was
Yeah,
something. I'm telling you, these demons. Look, once a person is gone from this world, there's no way in the world, right, that you're going to be able to see them in the flesh, like they're still alive. Well, that's something like that happened to me in Elms Grove, where my
yeah,
dog was barking. I went outside and I seen this lady, or I seen somebody sitting down on the neighbor's porch. They had the light on, and I could see the person. They're sitting there. And then I go to the edge of the sidewalk, and they get up and they walk down the steps of my neighbor's home, and they're standing right there looking at me from the curb. I'm in my curb, and they're in the curb right across the street. They're just staring at me. Then they walk and stand like literally right across me, and just looking at me with a smile on their face. So I'm looking at them. This is in 2015, and I'm saying to myself, "There's no way. There's no way." And the reason I was saying there's no way is because what I was witnessing was a manifestation of my mother. I'm talking about they were in the same clothes and everything. Of the day that everything happened, they were in the same clothes, and
yeah,
she's got this wicked smile on her face. And she's smiling at me, but spiritually, I'm able to see the unclean spirit. What's within her,
yes,
within the manifestation. I was able to see it. So I'll start praying. I start praying the Our Father. As I start praying the Our Father, it takes off, goes through it. It literally walks in the grass. It goes to the other side of this other mobile home. They start walking down the street. And I'm praying against it, and I'm walking parallel to it in the opposite street. And then it just disappears. It vanishes
yeah.
as I'm praying. I'm just letting you know that they're not going to come to you like that. That they're going to manifest to look like they're here living in the flesh. But what has the ability to mimic something like that? It would be demons,
It's a demon. Yeah,
and shapeshifter skinwalkers have the ability to, because they were taught the witchcraft and necromancy, right? Those people that believe in Bigfoot. Well, it's not a Bigfoot that's doing the manifestations. It's the TDN.
It was dated in 29. It says, my mother purchased an entire estate sale on time. There was a spirit board that was dated 1929. It was pre Ouija. It was made out of what looked like driftwood. Creeped me out just seeing it. Oh, those were the real ones. But yeah, that smile, I can see that smile. So it was a wicked smile, Labron.
Yeah.
A wicked smile.
So yeah, we've had the experience with that. I know what the Ouija boards are, and they're not good. They're not good for
Yeah, they're
you,
not
and they're
good.
not good for if you have it in your house. They're not good for your family members.
No.
I'm telling you, no difference in when you have the tarot cards or people trying to read cards. You're leaving openings like that.
It's full risk of everything.
So I'm catching up with the comments right now. So what we're going to talk about, we're talking about the Ouija boards right now. Well, I know you used it a couple of times, right? Because you say you used it with your friends, and the times that you did
Yeah, but
use
I
it, you
used
said that
to.
uh, would always say my name for some reason.
Yeah, and then when because he hated you, and every time you would come in the room, it would get real angry. And I know that it was moving by itself really super fast.
The planchet.
And I know that it wasn't nothing good. Now I know, I I used it when I was younger. I was stupid. I didn't believe in it. I would, like I say, I would throw holy water and put the cross on it and make fun of it, and it would get angry, you know. But now I know that it's nothing good because of what happened when you burned it and the person that we saw and what happened that, he was talking about, who, and he disappeared and all that stuff, you know. And I know where we lived, it was all, there was a lot of paranormal stuff happening, you know, when we were young, even when we were older and had our own kids, you know, um, just a lot of bad stuff in that house. But
Sister Melanie said nothing good comes out of messing with the Ouija board.
no,
You seen those people's doing the star in the circle and sitting in each corner of the star?
yeah,
That's crazy. They don't know what they're messing with when they're doing that.
yeah. I laugh because you remember the Perez that used to live there at the at next to us,
Yeah.
who were fighting with them and stuff. Leela said, "Go, you and Melissa, go and take some sugar, draw a circle, and make the star." Abram, we went to go do that, and man, Abram, they pulled up and they saw that, and they moved out the next day. But it was just a prank, you know. But yeah, I didn't want to talk to her, because she was wearing the
There
cross.
was somebody that I read on. They left a comment and I deleted it that said, "Why am I wearing an upside down cross?" But one
Who
of my
said that?
videos that I did,
Uh huh.
and I told them it wasn't an upside down cross that I was wearing. It was this. It's the hammer of Thor, right?
Oh, okay.
See, it's a hammer.
Yes, yeah.
But when you hang it like that, it looks like upside down cross, but it's not a cross. It's the hammer of
Yeah, it's
Thor.
a hand.
I guess he just put in that to say that, but I guess that's the only thing he said. He didn't say nothing about the video. It's like, well, sometimes people just jump on there just to see what they can find, what to say. And I thought, and I put a comment saying that it was not a cross that was upside down cross that was wearing that day. How you doing,
One time I should.
Riako? So let's talk about the past. We're going to the past right now. Um, because we talk, I put up here on the title Lechuza Bruja Bloodsuckers.
Bloodsuckers.
So let's talk a little bit about the past. Well, we know things that did happen, and you can look it up if you want to. If y'all know what the legend of the chupacabra is, well, back in 1975 or 76, down in the Rio Grande Valley, there was a sightings of a big bird, or supposedly a big bird, right? And that
Hmm.
animals were being found with no blood, goats, cows, was it horses too, right? That had no blood, and they will find them
Yeah.
with holes or like hole marks.
Yeah.
And then I think there was even supposedly UFO sightings at that time when all this was happening, where all this there was animals being found with no trace of blood in their body. Like they were trying to figure out what happened to the blood of the animals.
Yeah.
So I know we had an encounter with the one that I speak about the thing that looked like a gargoyle of sort down that dirt road going towards Chuy Matildes. I don't. My sister was too young
Yes.
to remember because
Yeah, I was thinking.
and that I got scratched in the face at the house because it was like a gargoyle, and it was all like black, like bat-like, but it had the texture of the butt, and the face was the same as the wings. So it was like aerodynamic, supposedly. He had red eyes and white. It had white fangs, a lot of teeth, sharp teeth, and you could see his talons. It was crouched on a stump in the lagoon. There was it was raining. It was a hurricane coming through, and our friends had told us to go to the ranch, to live in the ranch, and so we started going towards where they lived. And sometimes when we go through there, you can see like the owls flying around with the because of the lights, right? They see the bugs. They go get the bugs, and we're flying. We're going there, and there's water because it was already pouring. There was water crossing the dirt road, and there was a fish in the middle of the dirt road. So I look at the fish, I get all excited because it was a big fish, and I jumped off the vehicle and I ran and picked up the fish. And everyone with a flashlight, I guess. So my sister's dad,
Yo,
we
your
talked about
dad.
him in the uh,
Sister's dad.
well, so we picked him up.
Yeah.
We picked him up. We picked up the fish, and as I'm picking up the fish, I just heard this loud screeching sound, real loud, that it hurt my ears. And when I look to the left of me, I see it looking at me. It's on the tree stump, and you can see the dark red eyes. Uh, you can see the teeth. He's showing his teeth, and he's opening his mouth and making a sonar sound, screeching sound, real loud. And it's looking at me, and it's got talons, and it's showing me his sharp teeth. So as I'm looking at it, I got the fish like this. I'm like, in my mind, it's like I'm telling it, "You're not taking my fish away from me." And then he gets mad and he goes. He just pushes himself up from the tree stump and goes straight up in the air. Didn't flap his wing like a bird. He just glided up in the air real fast. And we run, get in the station wagon. We start going, and we're crossing the where the water is crossing over the dirt road, and we're going as we're going. And I'm looking back to see if I see anything, and you just hear. This is not, the station wagon is a green station wagon. I think we had, right? Was it color green?
Yeah, it was green and brown.
No, no, there was a green station wagon we had. The other one was brown, but it was a green one. And
Okay, yeah.
it came up on you can just hear where it goes. It scratched on the metal, and my mom was like, "What? What is that? What is that?" You know what it was.
Yeah.
and then it started flying right beside her station wagon. It was as long as a station wagon, and it's looking at me and it's pissed off. I can see the red eyes looking at me. No, we're talking about the Mothman. Well, that's what it kind of resembled, but it was no damn Mothman. It was to me, it was like a gargoyle, and he was
Yeah.
looking at me with the red eyes, and he was pissed off. And he had his wings, he had like his arms, and it was trying to unlock the freaking door with his talons, like pulling, literally pulling the handle, trying to open the door, and he couldn't come in. And then he started using his body to hit the station wagon. It would hit it so hard that the station wagon was sliding in the mud. He was trying to knock us up into the woods. So we're fighting it. And we finally make it to the ranch. We make it to the ranch, and we get to the ranch. We're all getting off the vehicle real fast, and we're like, and you can see it flying up in the air. It was huge. You can see it flying where it's pissed off and it's making this squishy sound still. And we tell the name is Chewy. We tell him, hey, Chewy, there's this some kind of monster or demon or something with red eyes that try to attack us right there by the pond or by the lagoon. We started laughing. You remember when we started laughing?
I don't know.
And,
I was with family, and I
he
don't
started
know.
laughing. I said, oh, so that's the first time you ever seen him? That's what he said. And we're looking like, my mom's like, what do you mean? Oh, that's the demon of the area. That's what he said. Demon of this area. He said that there was a witch that
The one
lived
that the
that lived nearby there. Like there was like a irrigation system that the witch had a house there, and that I guess that she summoned that demon or whatever. When she passed away, the demon remained. So I think to this day, if I'm correct, because I've heard of people still seeing it out there
a
till
lot of
this day.
people think that. Yeah, the one that
Till
I
this
saw.
day, I'm talking about it from 1976 all the way up to now, 2026, and it's still being spotted out there.
The one that I saw, Abram, it was in front of the house. It was a big one, but it didn't have a face of a bird. It was like, it almost looked like a human face. The one that I saw.
So, can you explain what you witnessed? What year was this?
It was after mom passed away. Um, like it was when the truck was in the front next to the tree, and we had the bench right there. I had gone outside. Y'all were inside. I don't know what y'all were doing. I went outside and I laid down on the bench and I was just looking up. The tree was right there, and I closed my eyes and then I heard something and I opened my eyes and there was a big one right there on the tree. The wingspan was huge. Um, but this one it was a white one, Abram.
White one?
A white one. It wasn't dark. It was a white one. But the face looked like a woman's face on it. It wasn't a bird's face.
Was it a lechuza? If you had a woman's face, it had to be a harpy, a
It
harpy
was a
or a
it
lechuza,
wasn't a
like
human
a bruja.
because the wings were like
So,
huge, Abram.
what kind of woman's face did it have?
And I don't know.
Did she look old? Did she look young?
De una viejita parecía like an old woman's face.
Like an old lady?
Yeah, because the wingspan was huge, Abram. It would cover the whole tree. It was that big.
Was it the mora tree?
No, the other tree. You know
The
how there
white
was,
tree?
yeah, the very first tree
Yeah.
near the gate where you would enter, that tree right there. It would cover the whole top part of the tree, all of it. And I remember the ones that we saw when we got lost, that there was a whole bunch of them. Remember that on that dirt road where there was like one of those nooses, like where they would hang people. But there was a big old house, and you could see all of them, and you could see the red eyes.
Yeah,
I remember that one. I
that
remember
happened
all
up
those.
here somewhere in Central Texas. Can't
Yes,
remember the name of the town. It's somewhere over there by Gatesville where we had that encounter. We were coming back this back way. We're bypassing all the main roads and we're going down the back roads
because that's where
where
they
we
told us to
encountered
go. 'Cause we had gotten
area.
lost. Hmm.
What do you remember of that evening?
That we had gotten lost, and uh, a cop. They asked your dad asked directions from a cop, and he told us to go that way.
He hit the roadblock. There was a roadblock.
Yeah, and he told us
He
to go
said that
that
we
way.
couldn't go that way, and we had to go a different way, and he pointed us to a different road.
Yep, and there was a car. Wasn't there a car behind us following us?
Well, that happened later on. Not when we went down the road. It happened later on.
Where the gas
Uh,
station was?
well, yeah, we were driving down this road that was a like a regular highway at first, and then it turned into a regular road, like in between the streets. It was pavement, then it turned into a dirt road, and then went from a dirt road to like on one section, it was like not even a dirt road no more. It was like one was passing between the fields. Then it turned back onto a road,
Hi,
and
Andres.
when we were driving, uh, this this big truck, when you think about Jeepers Creepers, this big truck with lights on the top was blinding us, and it was trying to hitting us in the back of the station wagon, and it was trying to knock us off the road. And one of the fuel tanks had already run out of fuel. We had a station wagon with two fuel tanks,
Mhm.
so all like for a while, the truck kept on hitting us, trying to get us off the road, and it couldn't. And we were driving there, rented the location where my sister talking about. It was like it looked like a mansion of some sort, a building, and you could see lights pointing upward in this location, and then you could see all this lechuzas up there, black
It-
ones,
it-
and you could see the guys looking at. They all came at us, all of them. They came at us, and they were
hitting the
hitting the
car.
station. Yeah, they were hitting the station wagon, trying to knock us off the road. They were
I remember
scratching. They were
that.
opening the doors, trying to open the doors. We're just kids. And, then you had that freaking truck still trying to knock us off the road. It's like everything was happening at once. Uh, but we kept on. My mom was praying. Everybody, we were all in the center. She didn't want us to go near their doors or to go towards the back because they were banging the station wagon in. But
Yeah.
luckily, we made it all night. We made it through the night, and we made it to the sun was rising, and we made it to a regular road, a regular highway, and there was a gas station there. Getting gas. We stopped at the gas station. Inside the gas station, there was like a meat market. They were cutting meat in there or whatever. My dad asked the guy to get some gas. The fuel pumps were like old fuel pumps from back in the day. Those
Pizza
and
Massacre Live.
the man told us no, that he wasn't going to give us no gas. He kept on shopping the thing and told us to leave the gas station. So as we went outside, I remember the DPS passing by. And my dad waved them down,
Mhm.
and the DPS turned back and he told them what happened. That we're trying to get gas, and they don't want to give us no gas. And so the DPS made them give us gas. He
Yeah.
forced them to give us gas. They gave us gas, and we were able to get out of there. We filled up both the gas tanks, and we were able to live that. Yeah, it reminded me of when I seen the movie The
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's what it reminded me of. You know.
That little gas station. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, and this is before we even seen the movie. This is happened
Yeah.
like in 1970.
You
We
were
were coming from Arkansas. We were, I think, like 1976 or 77 when it happened to us
yeah.
there.
So it was right
Yeah,
around that time. But yeah.
the gas station, the meat market. the vehicle trying to run us off a road, and the
It's
thing that we passed, like the mansion of some sort. Yeah, it reminded me of the Chainsaw Massacre. Maybe there's more than one Chainsaw Massacre.
learning, but
I
yeah,
think it was kind of like a cult. So what do we got here? We got double outdoor.
well, now about the blood sucking
There we
witches.
go. Let's talk about that. What we came to talk about. Go ahead, sis.
You know, Abram's dad. I spoke to his doctor today, and my mic. Here, he's getting an echo. Um, they told him that they wanted to get blood, take blood from him, and he told them, "I don't have no blood. The witches took him all, took all my blood."
How old is he?
80 something, I think.
Like 80, 82?
Hmm.
I'll tell you how old he is. Because he's from 50 something, no? Or 40 something.
I have no idea.
So what did the doctor ask him? How did the
He
conversation happen?
because they were gonna. He's
He's in
they
the ICU room right now.
no, he's already in a regular room.
Or in the regular room.
Yes. But he's been talking all crazy and stuff about God, but then he talks about, I guess, spiritual stuff like bad stuff about demons and stuff like that, witches and stuff like that. Because he told the doctor that the witches took all his blood and stuff, and he's was staying in the house where we grew up, and the neighbor told us that she hears him yelling at somebody, fighting with somebody, and telling him to get out. And with all the activity that we saw when we were growing up there, it's probably demons, you know, scaring him and stuff. I wouldn't doubt it if he like sees my mom and that
Well,
supposedly be
th-
my mom taunting him and stuff.
well, there was one that I would see there. Let's get down to it. Is it his sanity, or is it talking real? We're going to talk about that because I do remember of an incident that happened to me. Uh, After everybody left, I was the only one that was staying there, and it was 4th of July. My aunt Guadalupe came and told me I wanted to go pop fireworks with the children, which were my cousins. They were younger than me. I said okay, so I went to the roadside park, and we were popping fireworks out there, and I was messing around with the black cats, popping them in the red ant mounts. So I started feeling like a pain in my stomach, and I wasn't feeling good. And I told my aunt that I was ready to go home. So we went home, and she dropped me off, and they left. Say thank you, and they left, and I went inside the house, and I was feeling pain in my stomach, and I fell asleep. Well, when I woke up, I was able to see what seemed to be my mother going like this, and I went like I shook my head, and it was just a light, my neighbor's light. I was hallucinating. Uh, the light, it looked like it was her, and I was like trying to figure out what was going on. So at that time, I had no electricity in the house. I had lost my job because I quit. I quit it because of sexual harassment or being sexually harassed by a cougar, and I didn't want to do nothing with her, so I left the job because she was sexually harassing me. So when I turned around in the bed to my right, just want to see this uh, dark figure, and he's going like this. You can see his teeth, and all I could see was ants all over him, and then he stops looking. He stops doing that and just looking at me. And he's got a smile in my face. But you got to remember, Beatrice, this after the Ouija board incident, so it was all black. So what does that mean? It was something that got burnt, right? So it's looking at me, and it's not moving. It's just standing right there beside me. So I'm get up real close, and I'm looking at it, and he's still looking at me, and he's smiling at me. I get out of the house, walk out the main gates, and I go to Liles. And as I'm walking that way, as I'm turning back, and he's standing right there by the doorway with his hand looking at me and smiling at me. I bang on the door. They don't open the door, so I walk back to the street, and he's still blocking. By then, it's not on the at the house. It's by the gate, and it's right there by the gate, looking at me, smiling at me. So I'm walking. I walk to where the pole is, where the demon disappeared. I look back, and it's still there, looking at me, and he's laughing. So I said, okay. Uh, I had reached into my shirt, and I found out that a red ant had been stinging me. So I said, okay, I'm hallucinating. I'm seeing things that are not there. So I go down walking one of the blocks, and I'm walking down this other street, and a black cat. Well, the first block, a black cat passes me by over there by Tina's. A black cat passes me by, and I say it's just coincidental. I go cut a left, cut a right, and I'm going down this other block. Another black cat passes right in front of me, and I'm just walking straight because I'm like, it's really getting the best of me. I'm like, I got a fever, and I'm just, I'm not feeling well. So I go to the third block. I'm going up, and it's as I go to the block, there's another black cat that passes in front of me. So that's three cats, three that pass in front of me, which we know three is not a good number. So when I get into the middle of the main road, which where the jail is, the jail, it's like a cross, right? So as I'm standing in the middle of the road, the guy on the bike comes. The guy that went, the guy or the manifestation of the demon took, the one that said, "I'm God is not always going to be with you, and when He's not, I'm going to be there." As I stood in the middle of that cross, he came on his bike and he was going around me in circles, and he was laughing. And he's like, I told you I was gonna come," and he's circling me around with his 10 speed, and I start running one block, and he takes off real fast, and as I go down to the other street, uh, where the church is, I'm running, and he passes in the bike, and he's laughing, and he's pedaling real fast, man, like going super fast, and it's like I'm running, and I make it all the way to my aunt's house, and I jump over the fence. She would keep her fence locked with a chain. I jumped over a fence. I'm banging on the door. I'm banging on the door, Tia, Tia, and it's like she finally opens the door and says, "What's going on?" And I'm telling her, I think an ant bit me, and I have a fever. Tengo una fiebre. So she let me in the house and told me to sit down, and she touched me, and I was burning. So she grabbed a cloth with water and put it on my forehead, and she told me to bite the garlic. Gave me an ajo. What is an ajo called? Garlic in Spanish. I mean in English. A
Yeah,
clove.
yeah.
So I ate the clove of garlic, and she said it will help me kill the poison. And I said, "You're just hallucinating." That's what she said. And I was telling her everything that happened to me. So as I'm there laying down, and she said, "Everything's gonna be okay." It was Melito. He's like, "Mom, I don't think he's lying about that, man." And it's like, "¿Por qué dices eso, Emilio? Why do you say that, Emilio or Milito?" He's standing right outside the gate, Mom, and she goes to the front door and she looks, and I get up to go look, and he's laughing right outside her gate, just laughing real loud. And she does the sign of the cross, and she says, "Ay Maria Purísima." That's what she said, which means Holy Mary, Mother of God. So she went into prayer, and she told me to lay down, and I think my cousin was praying too, so I went to go lay down, and I woke up the following day, and the fever was gone. Uh, so we know that there's activity there at that house because there was that entity that appeared that was all in black. You know, it could have been the same one that we've been seeing all along, but
That
it found the opportunity to manifest. So
that was
going
the
back to
chocolate.
him. Well, my sister said that the neighbor, what would the neighbor say about him? That she would hear him arguing with somebody.
Yeah, the one that you saw was the chocolate man. That's the chocolate man that the kids would see, Abram. They would call him the chocolate man.
But
And they were,
he looked African American.
yes, and they were scared of him.
Justin Springsteen says, see all the ladies now. No, oh, see all the ladies. No, brothers apes irresistible. I don't know what he's talking about here. So that he would, they said that the neighbor said he would be arguing with somebody inside the house, and he would just be by himself living in there. But then what is it? The doctor said again one more time so they can understand what we're talking about. And I'm gonna refer to certain instances that happened in the past. He told what did he tell priest?
He just said that he wanted to take some blood, and but he told him that he didn't have no blood because the witches have it all.
This what he said that he don't got no blood in him because the witches took his blood. That's what he said. 'Cause I guess it was in a way so they wouldn't take out blood from him or something, right?
I have no idea, but he was talking all crazy and stuff. But I'm pretty sure that he saw things that demons appeared. He probably saw the same thing that you saw, and we saw in there. Just taunting him and stuff like that.
Because there was certain instances that I remember. You know, she said that the witches took a lot of his blood. I do remember certain things in the past when I was 16 years old. I went to another town where my cousins lived. It's and we went to I went to the town. It was like a election, and they were having a barbecue. And they say, "Hey, come get a plate of barbecue or whatever." So I went and I get a plate of barbecue or whatever. And my cousin, my female cousin, I asked her, "Hey, find me is there any girls that are single here?" Blah blah blah. She made a comment to me. She told me, "You don't want to date nobody from this town." And I asked her why, and she said because they would drain your blood. She made that comment. They would drain your blood, and in that town, of what they're known for is witchcraft. There's brujas and lechuzas there. So what is she saying when she told me that? She literally told me that the lechuzas would drain my blood. So what really is a lechuza? Is it a harpy or is it some kind of vampiric that it can literally suck the blood? Because we've heard stories of certain people found dead, just like the animals that were found dead with no blood. We've heard stories of when there's been spiritual warfare of some of the medicine women that were assisting us or whatever, where some of them died and they were found with no blood in their body. Do you remember that, Beatrice?
The what, Abram?
That some of the women that supposedly helped us when we were going through what we were going through when we were small, that one of the medicine woman that helped us, that she was found with no blood in her body. That she had marks all over her body. Do you ever remember that?
I don't. I don't know. I don't remember. Um, I know that we used to go to um grandma, well, mom's grandma, and she would do that. You know, she had all these. hierbas, all these weeds and stuff like that, and she would uh do, los curaba. Malola, remember?
Yeah, yeah.
I remember her, but I don't remember any other ones.
Yeah, I had that incident, and of course, the incident of the animals. Do you remember when we used to find the black cats hanging from the big fence, where somebody would hang them, and they were like their guts literally coming hanging from the fence? You don't remember that? They were ripped open down the center.
I remember that. I remember that.
And who had to pick that up?
You and Jack.
We had to pick up all the animals that were hanging from the fence. All these black cats that would be hanging, like literally gutted out, with their guts hanging out, hanging from the back fence. I don't know how many cats we found like that, but it was many that we found like that all the time. But yeah, the when you hear about the chupacabra stories, uh, the thing that was happening was the time frame of the giant bird with red eyes, and he had like fangs or whatever in his mouth. Well, was it a? It wasn't a the bird that they're saying there was like a pterodactyl because I didn't see no beak. I seen a it looked like a like a person, but it wasn't a person because of the red eyes. How it looked. You know, when people talk about the Mothman, I could see how they would try to compare that with a Mothman because of the red eyes. It was more like a gargoyle, or could have been the one of old. Could the thing that we seen on that dirt road that day when I was 6 years old? Could it have been the Count, Dracula, a vampire?
I don't know, but I know the one that I saw with red eyes was tall.
No, no,
Huge.
Sister Brenda. The incident that we had was in. It was right before school, so it happened in January. The one with the red eyes that was in that swamp because of the hurricane that was coming through. We were on vacation from school, and school started up at January something. So it happened right before school started. It happened on a on a Thursday when we had the encounter. We stayed there all weekend, and we made it back to our house on Sunday. As a matter of fact, that was the same day that I got scratched in the face. That he tried to take me out the window. That he ripped the whole screen out. I think I have the marks on my face when it scratched me. You know, I think I've shared it here before. I never got stitches. Yeah, Nosferatu. It could have been a Nosferatu. Yeah, because there was a location down there that's in between where we live and Lightford, which is called a labor camp. Um, Supposedly there would have POWs from the war there. Some Germans will be there in the POW camp that was there. That will send them there, and that's what it takes me to where I met that person said he knew my grandmother and my grandfather, that they were very good friends. And then he named all my brothers, the same name my parents' names and all my brothers and sisters' names. He had a long trench coat, a cane, and a hat. He said my grandmother's name, my grandfather's name. He knew him, and I'm like, how does he know him? This is 1990, and I'm in a foreign country. This guy's talking to me in a different language, but he knows my grandfather's name, my grandmother's name, my parents' name, and he knows all my brother and sisters' names. How could that be? Who would
So
it be?
was it the Hat Man that you met?
He was in the form of a man, and he was talking in a different accent, but he was talking to me in English so that I could understand him.
But he
He
had a
said
cape
that
dressed in black.
he said he knew. She said the name. He had his name, Juan and Maria. Said her name, and he said that he knew him, that they were his good. That he knew him. They were good friends. And I'm like, how does he know him? You know, these guys don't even know who I am. I'm in a foreign country. I
Or the
don't need.
moon.
Yeah, well, you know, generational curses, right? They know the
Well,
bloodline.
you
So I
know,
asked him. I put him to the test. I said, "What's my parents' name?" He said their names. Then I said, who's my brother and sisters?" He said, everybody's name. And I said, "Where?" Before I even said where were we located at, where we from? Before I even finished saying from, he said exactly where we're from. Like he knew everything. Then he's looking at me, and I just turned around and walked away from him. I wasn't drunk or nothing. You know, it was a night that I didn't want to be out there. So I was going back to the billets, and that's when it happened. You know, and he never said, "Do you want to know more?" or nothing. I just didn't want to know who he was or what it was because he knew too much. You know. Then I had an incident that happened 2 weeks after that, where I'm going back to that bar, and this time I do stay there and drink a couple. But I said, okay, instead of leaving at 2, I'm going to leave at 1 because you know all the people are going to be drunk off their butts. So I'm going to leave at 1. So I go outside and it was kind of cold. You know, I forgot to take my jacket, and I'm standing in front of the club was called the bar or pub was called Cheers. So I'm standing out inside the bar, and there's a park in front of me, and I'm standing there to see if a cab's going to show up so I can get a cab to drive me back to the billets. And I see a female, and it's cold out there, walking through the park, and I'm looking, and she's wearing something white, like she white. And she's started coming closer. She's barefooted. She looks very pale, and she's walking barefooted straight towards me. As she starts crossing the street, you could see through the what seemed to be lingerie. You could see everything. She gets right in front of me, and she looks pale from the face, and she tells me, and she got like bright red lipstick. She tells me, "Come with me. I want you to go with me to. I want you to spend the night with me." And I'm like, "Ma'am, I don't even know you." You know, uh, I was 18 at the time, and she said, "Come with me." And she pointed to a room where the lamp was on. She said, "That's where I'm staying. I want you to come with me." And so I don't even know who you are, ma'am. And there's a lot of GIs in there. I told her, you can go with anybody, but I don't want to go with you. And I looked at her, and I just walked away. I didn't go with her or nothing like that because something didn't feel right. Right. That passed by, and then like maybe about 3 weeks after that, I go to this other place. I said, "Man, there's too much weird stuff happening there." So I decided to go to this other place called B15. I'm walking. I stayed there till 2 in the morning, and I'm walking down the. Imagine Germany and the how the alleys are very narrow, and some of the streets are made out of brick or adobe or whatever. So I'm walking, and I see this man following me, and this man is dressed all in black. Looks like he's wearing those with the top hats, and he had a black walking stick. You know, like when somebody goes to the opera, he was wearing that kind of stuff,
that was the Hat Man.
and he's walking behind me, and I said, okay, maybe it's coincidental. We're taking opposite. I said, I'm not going to go the same route I walk. I'm going to go a different route. So I took a left, and I could see him. He took a left, and he's gaining ground on me. So then I take a right, and I'm walking, and he's gaining more ground on me. So I'm walking even faster, trying to get away from him, and I'm trying to take different routes that I'm even how should I say, not trying. I'm forgetting where I'm going to, right? So I said, okay. So I sped up pretty fast, and it said this time I'm going to wait right here. When he comes around this corner, we're going to fight. because he's been following me for about 10 blocks now. It was about 10 blocks, and I didn't even know where I was at. So I'm facing the corner like this with my guards are ready to fight, right? For him to come around the corner. Next thing you know, as I'm like this, waiting for him to come around the corner so I can fight him, he pops up on a block away and stands in the middle of the road, and he looked at me, and he goes like that with his freaking top hat and the cane, turns around and walks away a different way. It's kind of like he knew that I was not afraid, that I was ready to fight him. Now, I'm thinking two things of what that could have been. Could have been the same thing, or it could have been affiliated with possible Nosferatu. That's what I'm thinking. Not saying that vampires don't exist or anything like that, or some kind of warlock, you know. So that's why I named it Lechuza bruja, bloodsuckers, because we know that there's this certain kind of energy vampires that they call them. Like energy, you got energy vampires, but then as far as I can remember, they were blaming a creature called the chupacabra that was sucking the blood out of animals at one point in time.
That was the Hat Man neighbor because that's the way he looks. I told her I saw him. You know, I was talking to Aunt Rachel, and she said she had seen him too in the same spot that I saw him in the cemetery. It was a
Yeah,
demon name.
yes, Sister and also and then Wilson, he knew the whole family tree. Just put it that way. And that's that my grandmother and grandfather were already deceased. My grandfather passed away in the 70s, and my grandmother passed away in 80 or 81, right? I think it was 80 when she passed away. But he knew him. I'm talking about this is 1990. I'm in a foreign country, and she knows exactly who they are. The only thing I could place is that labor camp, the labor camp where they had those POWs. Maybe he was a POW at the labor camp, but then it's like, wait a moment. That don't mean he would be old, but this guy wasn't old. You know, I would say he had to be up there like in his 60s, or maybe he was younger, but he knew him, and I'm like, why is he following me? And he just appeared out of nowhere. So there's no way that I heard the footsteps or anything. He just appeared behind me.
Era Satanás.
La cosa mala. Yeah.
Yeah,
La cosa mala, which my mom will call the evil one.
that's who it was.
Yes, Sister Edna Wilson, like Abraham Lincoln. Those outfits that we use in the operas. That's how he was dressed with the
With
top
the
hats.
yeah, with the tail in the back.
Yeah, and with the cape. They had the cape.
Well, that's
You
the way
know,
you saw him. Yeah, I
what,
didn't see
what is it
him.
called? It's called something else, but he had the thing like a cape. There's only one that I think would do
Like
that back in the day,
like Jack the
and
Ripper.
like Jack the Ripper, and they will call him. They were saying that Jack the Ripper might be a time traveler. What if Jack the Ripper was not a time traveler, but it was uh, a demon, or probably a Nosferatu? You know, a lot of these women were found with a lot of their blood gone, right? Massacred, butchered. So, and that's where it gets creepier, right? Is that I remember those events that happened to me. And when I hear certain things that happen to my brothers and sisters, like, wait a moment, there's got to be something here, something weird here going on. Like, for example, sometimes our dogs, we'll find them dead in our yard. And they're like, what happened to the dog? And you'll find them with blood coming out of their mouth, and sometimes with blood marks on their body. Like there was like, and we remember, you don't remember that we were thinking that somebody stuck them with a needle or something.
Yeah.
because in their body they have like fang marks, and we're thinking that somebody poisoned them with a needle because they
Yeah.
had like two marks.
Yes.
So we're thinking that somebody injected it with something and killed them with poison, right? But what if those two needle marks wasn't needle marks? What if something drained their blood?
Could have been. I don't know.
Oh, I think we lost my sister. They see you. I hope the Hatman didn't appear over there all of a sudden, or whatever else that I encountered. I was only 19 years old when that happened to me. Let me catch up to the comments here, and it's good. It was a good talk here when you're having fun. There she is.
I'm
Are you
sorry.
okay?
I pressed it accidentally.
Oh, I thought the Hatman got you. Like, oh shit, we shouldn't
No,
have been talking about it.
I'm not scared of the Hat Man. I'll spit on that Hat Man.
Well, the incident I had with the Hat Man was that's when our mom passed away. When I encountered him out there on that dirt road, he had the cape, the top hat. He was very tall, and this one was gliding in the air, literally gliding in the air, coming after me. The incident happened when I was at that time I was 15 years old,
I had an incident over there too. I was
right by
already
the
with. Yeah,
right by the
I
bridge.
I didn't know exactly where she had passed, where he threw her, where he dumped her. I didn't know that it was over there. Me and Guy were driving, and he had to pee, so we pulled. There's a little canal. He pulled it into there so he can get off and pee, and and I could hear a woman. I could hear a woman, like if she was in pain. I could hear her, and then I was like, I told him, "Can you hear that?" And he says, "What?" I said, "Can you hear it? It's a woman. Maybe she needs help." He says, "No, I don't hear anything. It's all in your imagination." I could hear it, and so he got in the car and we started going, and then it got louder. It was getting louder, that noise, and then all of a sudden, when we're passing by there was a big old black shadow uh in the middle of the street, on the road. A big, huge black shadow. I didn't even know that it was there. I had told Lupita. She said that was where they had found her. But I could hear a woman, Abram. It was her, I guess, or something trying to
Yeah.
act.
Well, that's where I seen the because you get the Hammond to me is like a
It's a demon.
is a collector of souls. The Hatman, the Hellhound, it's all of the same. Or anything that's got that is black with the red eyes. You got the Hellhounds that appear. Sometimes that people see like monkey with red eyes that appears. That's not the only thing that appears when somebody is going to die or something bad is going to happen. We've had the stories of the Mothman with the red eyes that appear. We have stories of Bigfoots or something that looks like a Bigfoot appear with red eyes. I think even they've had stories of aliens appearing when certain incidents happen with red eyes that appear with red eyes. But to me, it's all demonic in nature. I guess
Yes.
it's their work within the balance. Just as they appear, there's other things that appear. Which the heavenly angels appear also because they're trying to. I guess whatever they're trying to do is dealing with the soul, trying to claim the soul of some sort. So it's whoever has jurisdiction there, right?
Well, I remember I would dream of him, and he would always come in one of those carriages from back in the days. Like that time, like from Jack the Ripper, those
Yeah.
carriages that they would ride. he would come and get off, and I think he did have that big old cloak in the back. Um, he would stand outside and he would say, he would be with his hand like, come to me. And it was outside the house. I would always dream that all the time, and he would be in my dreams. He would be calling us to go with him, but I would never go towards him. I would wake up. I was like, no, you can't see his face. I never saw that hat man's face. Even, well, when I saw him at the cemetery, I couldn't see his face. Um, he looked like a person, like, like us. Um, but I never saw his face, and he was next to that black dog with the red eyes with the tail sticking up. The hellhound, the hellhound from hell. But yeah,
I'm gonna try to see if I can do something here so that people can see the location. See if I can find it here through Google Maps. Yeah, go ahead. You want to share another story, sis? I'm
another
looking for.
story.
I'm looking for that.
Yeah, I've seen
No,
shadow
tell them
figures
about the one that you seen at
lately.
the cemetery.
That's the one. That's the one that I've seen at the cemetery, and it was like a like us. He was and he was all dressed in black, and I know he had a white shirt with like the bow tie. The tie was like a string, and he had that cane, and that dog was next to him, big black dog. Yeah. Hey, Bern, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the store with Gaio.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'll be right back, and I'll hop back on.
All right. All right.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I'm looking for the. See, I can find the location. Okay, I think I found the street. I'll take a couple of screenshots here so you can see where I'm gonna show you where I had the incident with this hat man. Take a couple of screenshots here of so I can share a couple of more stories with you all. Okay, here we go. I hope everybody's enjoying the live with the stories that we're talking about here. Yeah, I think we showed here last time. I don't think you were here, Sister Cynthia. That Sister Brenda shared some footage of an explosion down there in Elms Grove, and we were able to capture shadow figures there in the picture that happened at nighttime. Alex Rice says, "I've seen the Hammond when I visited New York. His teeth were like sharp knives." See what else is here. What I'll do, if somebody wants to share a story, you're more than welcome. I'll drop a link here right now. If anybody wants to jump on, well, my sister went to the store real quick. Uh, but no, what she was telling me, my daddy's already up there in age, and what he said, what the doctors told him, that they were going to take out blood on him, and he told them no, that he has no blood, in which we know that's not true. I don't know if he was telling them that to scare him away, so they won't take draw blood off of him, but that he said that the witches took all his blood. So yeah, he's up there and he's having all kinds of health issues. Uh, I don't know what they're going to do or what, but I don't think it's far off of what he's saying. Because I'm more than sure he was around all that. He was around the witches and the warlocks. He was around all the unclean spirits and things that come through the darkness. I'm more than sure somewhere there in that tree line or family line of that he's seen things and he probably was involved in things. That's why he's saying what he's saying right now. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, I can show you the photo if you want me to. Let me find the photo of that explosion that happened down over there by Elms Grove. So here we go. It's all dealing with the same, Lechuza, bruja, people that dabble in that. There's Andres. How you doing, Andres?
I'm good, Ed. How about yourself?
Alrighty. I had my sister here tonight. Was talking about certain things that I remember. Sometimes people think when an elderly person is sharing something with them that it's since they're old that it's just a figment of their imagination, right? That what they're saying is just because they're old that they don't know what they're talking about because what is coming out of the mouth sounds unreal. But in all actuality, they're saying the truth. It just sounds like they're crazy because and that's what happens sometimes when somebody's trying to share a story, or you're trying to enlighten people when it comes up to the spiritual balance, like what I talk about here, spiritual and demon encounters. When I say what they can do, the abilities that these unclean spirits, demons can do, some other people might see it differently, but they haven't been battling spiritually as long as I have. When you go through the experiences and you've done the walk and you've done not and you've been fighting spiritual all your life, you know exactly what to do. Which some people they wouldn't understand. There's a difference between sharing a story than truly experience it and going through it, and not just going through it, but overcoming the situation. And that's what I've done throughout the years. You know, if something happens in my family spiritually, they call upon me, and I go and assist spiritually. And that's the work that I've been doing for a very long time, ever since I was a kid. In which, yeah, if I would say the things that I say here in spiritual dating encounters to a doctor or to anybody, they're going to want to prescribe me some meds, right? Oh, here. But why would they want to prescribe me meds? If I can show them that I have the spiritual abilities that I get to do certain things to Jesus Christ, wouldn't that be something to see, for them to see? In which I've done this before, in which once people see they're not the same, because they're like, whoa. Then they know that there is a balance, that they know there's a greater good and a greater there's a bad, so there's a balance. So yeah, people are going to try to uh, take away your accountability to the things that you say. But like I said, I've been doing this since the age of 3. I've been fighting spiritually. I'll put people in prayer because I know what it takes to for people to overcome things. And there's a lot of people with false agendas happening right now. But that's why I'm here. I'm here uh, to how should I say, to lift the veil off those people, just like the veil is being lifted off the unseen spirits, the TDN, and everything that's hidden in the veil. The veil is lifting, and the truth is coming out. There's nothing. There's no lie. There's nothing that can place, not even AI, for the truth to come out. Because eventually, the truth is going to come out, and it's going to be spiritual warfare. And it's about the balance of who's going to win spiritually, right?
Yep.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, I definitely believe you in that regard. I've had more than I've had just a couple of experiences since I was since more than a few experiences when I was young as well. Just one major thing is that I never actually thought of asking Christ to come and help me to lend me. I never actually did that until give or take a year or two ago when I first started following PTRG and you. And I got to see firsthand in terms of the Heavenly Father intervening and helping us and seeing personally that the rebuking does work. It's not fake. It's nothing like that. With the encounter I mentioned last night, that it's very much real. It's no joke.
See, with
And
Jesus, Arthur, Excalibur, I don't know, something.
Excalibur Pendragon.
He says, once saw a shadow demon in broad daylight, started as a mom of a van and a baby in the whole thing folded up into this 8 foot grinning black demon and ended up off at the end of my driveway.
What the? What's the new one? What is that?
How old were you when you experienced? Were you a kid?
Are you talking to me or the guy in chat?
Yeah, the dude with all the names. I don't know. I never seen him here.
Yeah, he only showed up like I think like a few days ago. So he's relatively new. He hasn't said anything mean or anything like that in the chat. So we like
Yeah,
I
I'm
said,
just trying to
probably.
figure out what he's talking about. Where are
What?
you from?
I just say Arthur in the chat. I'm not gonna go. That's all I say when I said like hi to him. It'd be easier if he's willing to come on, but he said that he's too shy. Assuming it's a he.
Yeah, there's a link right there that I dropped there earlier. You want to share your story with your experience? Yeah, we got a pretty good turnout here tonight. I wasn't expected. Normally Fridays is kind of slow, but I had my sister here and we're talking about it. How we're trying to compare of these lechuzas because I remember of stories where some of the curanderas that will help out the people, break the hexes that the witches were doing. That they were found dead with no blood in their body, where their blood was drained out of their bodies, and they will say that they will find them with marks all over their body. Like I'm talking about the fang thing, all over marks all over the body, where supposedly their blood was drained out of their body. What could do that, Andres?
Well,
I'm
the
talking
most
about this was in the 70s and
so
probably 60s and 50s.
what my
What
main
what would drain their blood that way?
vampires would be the common guess for most people. Like their legends have been around for years, but that's not always the case. Like with certain things, or people, depending on your belief. Some people say using like blood rituals, that sort of stuff.
What if there's locations where they have marks all over the body is marks in the vein and they're draining the blood through with needles. Is that possible?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Like a form of torture?
Hmm.
Because the body can only replace. They torture them and they take their blood through the veins, and that's why they have the. When you have marks on your body, but I would hear that there were like fang marks, bruises all over their body. So there's my sister. She came back, I guess.
Or she's just saying like, and also good night, Nevaeh. Take care. God bless you, sister.
Good night, sister. That was Angel. Good night. God bless you.
Well, yeah, there is more than a few entities who use fangs. Vampires would just be most people's guesses, like vampiro or something, some stuff. But there are several entities that will draw blood because it is a life force. Like, there's a whole lot you can do with blood that these people will want to get a hold of it real bad.
What
Ritual.
other things that you think of? What other things that you think of can drain the blood? We know that the succubus and incubus can drain the lives of a people, which will be demonic in nature, right? But that they drain this life source.
Hmm.
But I'm talking about these people were found with no blood in their body, where the only thing that was their on their body was marks all over their body. So what could do something like that to leave people with marks all over their body, like they're literally they got their blood drained out of their body that through those markings on the body. To my understanding, they said it was the brujas that came in the form of lechuzas and drained the blood of the medicine woman. But there's one thing that looks like that way also, right? Doesn't like a hickey look like when you get a hickey like mark, you would have a mark where something like sucked the hell out of you, right? So you're gonna have the
Yeah.
mark of a hickey like mark. So is it possible that something might have made the mark and maybe they drain the blood a different way?
Yeah, there's more than a few
Like,
certain entities. We'll try to find a way to like okay. Think first, I'm like in a natural world, a leech. Like leeches don't leave those tiny holes that some people think. Well, sometimes they do. Depends on what species it is. But there's more than a few. There was actually one entity. I forgot what the name is. It's supposedly spider-like actually, because spiders are also like they're like vampiric also, but instead of blood, they just suck everything out of their prey because they turn all the insides into goo. So who knows? There's actually a book. I forgot the name of it. That was done by Tracker E from PTRT. Supposedly there are spider-like entities that do that. I forgot the exact name of it. There's more than a few, but there are several who will, like you said, drain the blood out of a body after the person dies. I don't know specific names. I need to look them up. But like you says, I wouldn't be surprised if they do the same thing, or even like when they go to skinwalkers, they mostly go after like to hide the skin, that sort of stuff. And some of the rituals, the skinwalker specifically, literally says like you gotta take the life of the loved one, and like who knows what they do with the body, but supposedly they gotta take the person's skin off the body and wear it themselves. That's why they're called the skinwalkers. But yeah, I just come up here to talk about an experience I had till Beatrice gets back.
Go ahead, brother.
All right, I talked about this before. So I feel like if you remember, that's good. All right, this happened when I was in elementary. I don't remember my the exact ages I had some of these during some of these experiences. I just remember like school, elementary, middle, or high school. This happened when I was in elementary. Okay, so what happened was I was supposed to go to sleep, but most kids I didn't want to go to sleep. I was still full of energy. So I decided to get out of my bed, walk towards the living room. My eyes had already adjusted to the dark, and we had enough light through through the freaking um from the outside that went through our bay window. It passed through the curtains. And we had like some of those pale kind of foggy curtains. At times that some houses have. We had those, so the light was peeking through, giving me a relatively clear view. All right, so from there, as I was in the living room, I decided to sit on my mother's recliner. That was in, for me, what was in the right corner of the living room. I decided to sit there for a little bit. As I was, as I was sitting down, I decided to like look around the room where I was in. Next thing I know, I don't know why, but I got the feeling or of like my eyes were drawn to a mirror that we had near the front door, and the mirror was like one of those quick, long, rectangle-like mirrors that you can just hang on the wall, give yourself a quick look over. Those types of mirrors. So as I was looking at it, I got right. I forgot. I just forgot how to describe this. What I saw was a little girl, possibly around the age of 10 at most, like around the age of 10, maybe a little lower, like 7 to 10 at most, in my opinion. And I was wearing a short dress. I remember the dress ending around her knees. And when I say I managed to see her, I couldn't make out any distinctive features because she was the classic from like movies or some clips that you see online, that she was just, you can see the outline of her, but the rest, but the like her face, that sort of thing, it was all the classic um pale white is the best way to describe it, pale but also dim, if that makes any sense. And I see her, I don't see her with my own eyes. I don't see her with I don't physically turn my head. I'm seeing her with the mirror. And I know this wasn't me like hallucinating or something because I was still pumped full of energy. And I'm looking at this, and that's when my ass was shocked. I'm going like, holy! And I wasn't shocked because I was interested in this stuff since I was very young. And I'm going like, is this actually happening to me? Is my house freaking haunted? And okay, if you've been on this show long enough, and you guys know that I'm actually uphill from apparently what is a graveyard with an Indian mound on it. So I see some pretty weird shit that surprises me, but I wasn't actually aware of it because I didn't dig into the area around me. So, all right, I'm getting back to the encounter where I saw the pale ghost white classic little girl. As I see her, she decides to run down the hallway to where the rooms were, my room and my mother's. And once I get over the shot, because it took me a second or two, I look back to see if I can see this thing with my physical, with my actual eyes, and I don't. It's the whole classic. You only see this thing for like a, I don't know, second or two, and gone, gone just like that. And that's just that shocks me. That's one of the encounters. Hey Lawrence, what's up?
We got Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry, man. I got you confused with somebody else.
Hello, grazie. Hello, how are you,
Right?
Lisa? It's a pleasure. Uh, yeah, I've had a couple of experiences myself. Uh, with skinwalkers, I suspect um, it was either a skinwalker or a vampire. But yeah, it was. I had a lot of vampire attacks and dreams. But physically, I saw one in the city. And I asked for a cigarette and we were sitting down and um, he, he tried to speak to me, but he had like these 8 teeth and there were 4 on the top. And yeah, it's interesting, man, person. That he either that or he was a skinwalker. But I suspect that the vampires they kind of refer to that palms verse in the Bible with the sharp tooth generation. But I think they can be helpful as well because I had an alcohol addiction when I encountered this vampire, and they say that they kind of assist with dark addictions. It was real weird. He followed me down the street after I encountered him. He just kind of was testing if I was telepathic. He was kind of behind me, and I knew he had these big teeth. But I just walked down to the tram, and then yeah, uh, it's interesting. I met this lady after that, and she just bought me a bottle of wine. So I don't know if I encountered the vampire because I was on a drinking addiction, but I suspect that they're from the Fey realm in some way. That's what I had to say from the vampires.
Yeah, if you were on an addiction at the time, you definitely left yourself wide open to seeing things. You were spiritually vulnerable and open.
Oh, absolutely. Drinking is like is literally killing yourself. And you're literally undead, and the river Styx when you drink. But yeah, it's and then in the dreams I've had, I've woken up next to in a white bed with this old green woman corpse, and she woke up and bit into my hand, and it was yeah, and I felt that as I woke up, but and then this other dream I tussled with this invisible woman in this motel, and I couldn't wake up my friend, and I remember my whole body vibrating, and she said, like sonar, and she said, use it. And I found her in the room, and I pushed her out the window, and she had these huge wings. And the next thing I was teleported back to the Amazon, and I saw this village of sharp-toothed women with all different colored hair, and the military was somehow tracking me telepathically, and they said, congratulations, you've tracked a 300-year sentence. So I don't know.
Okay, wait, okay, just to make sure, you said you somehow flew or teleported through the Amazon? Is that what you said? I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Well, first I pushed. Yes, I pushed the woman out the window, and she had these big bat wings, and she said to me in the room while we were wrestling that she said, we want to bite you, but we can't because you're loyal and you're one of us." And then the next thing I was teleported to the Amazon, yeah, and it was like instant
You talking about the
transfer.
Amazon is in the jungle?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. That's why I said like if because the Amazon has more than a few
the
myths and
jungle.
legends about it, and it does. The Amazon does have its own version of a vampire too.
Yes, uh, Amazonian vampire. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, which
Uh,
one? Similar to the Aslan?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you think? What she meant when she said you're loyal to who exactly? If you don't mind me asking.
Um. Uh. Uh. uh, uh, she said loyal, uh, as in she
He's
was
breaking up
teacher.
a bit.
Like, yeah, she said I was royal, and that she couldn't.
Oh,
She
you
didn't.
said she said you were royal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It sounded like you said loyal. I'm sorry for the
Oh,
misconception.
yeah, I have had other astral dreams where I've fought vampires with my father in black space uniforms, and then I remember being bitten all over, and it was like 100 bites, and yeah, I felt really sick the next day. But uh, yeah, I, I've also yeah encountered certain things in dreams, but on the blood thing, they like how they talk about the witches pass down their blood through the
Yeah, I get. Supposedly, in my opinion, there is vampiric and witches are usually after Pacific bloodlines because they believe bloodlines can sire certain abilities or carry memories through the descendants. So I do believe you in that regard. And if what this woman said is true, and you're supposedly of a part of in their opinion, a royal bloodline, there would be certain laws, or yeah, so basically certain laws that prohibit them from attacking you, because if they do that, they are leaving themselves um, uh, susceptible to consequences that they're aware of, but you are not. So they don't want to risk doing that, and they'll just leave you alone. They will still attack you, but there's only so much they can do.
absolutely like um, I've encountered skinwalkers with particularly women I'm dating. One woman when I first met her was just a blonde Australian woman, and the next time I saw her, she gave me the same name and looked the same, but she had sharp teeth, and she came in as a completely different kind of slight alternation of herself, and sat in the park and invited me back to hers. But um, yeah, so but on some level, she knew I knew it was her. So it's like they are the vampires or skinwalkers can be playful, and it's amazing how we don't know how many we've got close to us, even our family can be skinwalkers.
Oh, dude, don't get me started on that stuff. You can just be walking by either. You've heard of reptilians, those sort of guys, like, of course, right? You've heard of them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is so much stuff that people walking around in human skin, but in reality they're something else entirely. I get what you're saying. It's actually another thing with them that's mentioned in the Bible that there is spiritual war all around us that most people just outright can't see or don't sense it. But for those of us who who've experienced and felt it and seen it ourselves, we know like we're basically in the war zone right now. And the real part of it is the real war hasn't really kicked off yet. It's been happening, but it's not going to kick off till uh, Jesus' return, and that's when the veil is going to be lifted up, and that's when everybody's going to see them.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Uh, the consciousness is coming, and the world is realizing that it's immortal, and that the battle
Well,
is with
how many
our.
how many people do you think were pets for to these things? People in Hollywood and people in the politics. I would consider them to be pets, right? That they're going to do the dirty
Absolutely.
work because they want to be spared. So you consider them as pets, because they're doing their bidding. I mean, how many people do you think are affiliated with them in that manner as pets?
Yeah, just draconian mafia or lycanthrope mafia. Um, I once did a Goetian ritual to Pluto and Jupiter, and I retrieved. I did a ritual, and I retrieved out of my sleeping soul on that constellation, and I, I floated up out of my body, just above it, and as I hovered to the ceiling, I looked down, and there was a golden werewolf, like a lycanthrope, where my body was, and similar to Anubis. So I'd say we have shape-shifting DNA from our different, where our intention is, depending on the stars. So,
Okay, you said specifically that you went to the planet Jupiter. Do you know what Jupiter is? Some people believe to be.
uh, not particularly. I know it's associated with Zeus, and from what I've studied, but yeah.
Okay, there is supposed. Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Jupiter supposedly has some kind of cube on it at the very top that if you stop its rotation, there is a black cube that is believed to be the prison of either Kronos, the father of the first generation of Olympians, or either, if it's not him, Lucifer, where believed to where he's imprisoned there. And it's some people say that if you listen to that supposedly there was some kind of noise coming from Jupiter, and if you listen to it through your headphones, it is a very eerie noise. So I was wondering what you. I'm surprised that you mentioned it. And in terms of the shape shifting DNA, that's just more of the whole. These elites, these witches, whatever you encountered, that couldn't harm you due to certain circumstances revolving around the royal bloodline. They're just trying to get their hands on it, and the fact that you saw what was believed to be a golden lichen type being or creature,
Yes,
that adds a bit more credibility to these certain bloodlines. Uh, these bloodlines are believed to admit from the Watchers that were sent to watch over humanity, but I'm sure, as you know, they did not do that. They broke rules that they were supposed to do, and instead tried to. They
that's
basically they taught man knowledge that we weren't ready for, that they weren't supposed to do, and even been with some women that possibly sired some of the royal bloodlines. So that's why they said they can't harm somebody from that bloodline because that bloodline carries power or knowledge of some kind. So they're trying to prevent as much harm and try to maintain or even take as much from any of the descendants that they can find.
absolutely the two sisters, the draconian Queen of Orion, and then the different DNA, they fight for it. So the line of Sirius, they can switch as long as they share with you their energy. They can take yours and shape it through different kind of exterior uh, kind of illusion.
What's up, sis?
Huh?
You made it back. I don't even
Yeah,
know
I'm
if she's
here.
there.
I'm here.
Yeah,
So you got a royal bloodline of supposedly vampires, and how about
yeah.
a royal line of werewolves? I mean, we knew that. What was the name of the guy that it was in the Bible that they said he turned into a werewolf? It was a
Uh,
king. What was his name?
yes,
Uh,
King,
It's
like a
either Lycan or Lucian.
Lucian, Lucian was
you
The
know what
only
I'm talking
reason,
about, right? That he was a king. That he
Leonidas.
was supposedly close to the Heavenly Father, but he turned into to be like a wolf or something like that.
That's right. He tempted Zeus with uh,
I was just I
flesh,
was
but
just about to mention that as well. Basically, Lucian or Lycan, depending on who you ask, wanted to see if Zeus would be able to tell the difference whether or not he would consume the flesh of an animal or another human being, and served it to him. Zeus, automatically knowing, decided to curse the king and his sons or his family to turn into wolves.
You know,
That's
there's people that are born that way that look like wolves from the face because they have hair all through their face and all through the body. It's some kind of they're born that way. I remember when I was a kid, I was fishing at the port in Port Mansfield, and there was this kid that walked up to me and he was right beside me. You know, he was around my age. He had hair all over his body. I'm talking about on the face, on his arms. I mean, it was just hairy
That's funny.
all the way around. It looked like literally like what people will say a werewolf.
oh yeah,
We were fishing
that's
together.
yeah,
that's supposedly some people call that werewolf syndrome due to all the excess hair they have on them.
Yeah, it's a certain syndrome. I just can't remember, but yeah, he had face and a hair on his face and everything.
Abe, I literally just said what it was. Some people literally call it a werewolf syndrome.
Yeah,
absolutely. I had a dream where I was running in the Arctic as a werewolf alongside a UFO that was shooting at something. And there was another lycanthrope beside me, and I picked it up and jumped a 20-foot fence, and then the vision ended. But uh, I suspect I've been used in space programs for the Arctic. Uh, because
the Arctic.
I think so. Yeah.
Joseph,
There you go. That's the name that was. I knew it was something like I just couldn't pronounce it. I know it started with an M. Nepu Cadanzer or something like that. Name of the king.
hey Joseph, when you mentioned the Arctic, do you mean the North, like the North Pole, that sort of thing, or do you mean South? I just want to make sure. Or do you know what you're, or do you not know which where you are? In my opinion, I think you were at the North, at the top of the
Um,
world.
my physical body is in the southern hemisphere, but I believe it could have been the South Pole. Yeah, it could have been. It looked like Alaska or something. Like it had this beautiful water uh, next to this glacier. It was this kind of wire fence. Um, but the ships were quite advanced, but they looked quite Star Wars or Star Trek.
Huh.
But
Joseph, how long have you been aware of the supernatural or the real reality, as some people I know call it? How long have you been aware of it? Like since you were a child, or did you recently become aware of it?
Well, um, I was aware of it uh, growing up in my 20s, but I had my first ET experience at about 16. Um, yeah, I painted my sleep out. I had this beautiful sleep out, and I painted it black with stars. And you know the band Him. It's their sigil is it's like a pentagram but a heartagram, and I drew it on the door. And then that night, um, uh, two little greys woke me up, and they were tugging through my legs, and I felt this tugging sensation. I fell asleep on the couch, and I looked to the window, and there was a little golf cart size UFO flashing. And then I looked down, and there was two little greys, and they looked at me for about 5 seconds and just blacked me out. And then the next morning, I found out later that they were accessing my remote viewing body. So the next morning, I leaned over and fell asleep instantly and went straight through the wall like Ghost, and was able to fly around the neighbor's house. And yeah, that was emotionally driven, because that day, the day before, the neighbor's dogs had killed our cat, our new kitten, and I flew right to the kennel before the universe stopped me from getting in there. But yeah, I later found out that it was to access my remote viewing body, that it was they were spiritual visitation. But so
Okay. Have you done any extensive research on your own of what the Greys are? Like, do you know what I'm talking about or no?
oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, the artificially cloned greys, and then there's the obviously the hybrids like the Ansha, and then you've got the military greys, and I think it's the tall greys that are the ones that, yeah, but these ones have souls, I think. But yeah,
Okay, so you believe the little ones that were trying to grab you, you believe they have souls?
uh,
Because no,
yeah,
I just want your opinion on it real quick before I say what I want to say about the
they
smaller.
were they were definitely working for someone, because I think it was 2012. I remember the Black Fleet military chipping me, and I woke up in bed, but they were performing surgery on me somehow. Yeah, I remember that year. Yeah, it was the year that I woke up to, yeah, the other forces, uh, everything, reptilian kind of serpentine stuff. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
Yeah, I was just about to say, but what you just said basically confirmed that the smaller greys that they're usually soulless or more robotic like compared to their larger counterparts, and they have been going around the planet and trying to create hybrids or um trying for some reason adapt or add more genetic material to their own. So, and it does, and what you also said about them possibly working for stuff for another species also does corroborate that. They have been, there are a few reports that of adoptees seeing them working alongside either, I think it was like the Nordics or the lizards or even reptilians at times. Do you know which ones were possibly after your blood or your uh, body in Pacific? Like the Greys were obviously the small ones were involved, but can you make a speculation on that? What
yeah.
species?
I That's a good question. Suspect to begin with it was um, yeah, the canid race and the reptilians, because I had a dream of I was in this Aztec temple, and this white cobra naga came up out of the ground through this like tunnel, and uh, put her arms around me, and she was female, and she wanted to mate with me, but she stuck her fangs in my neck, and I said, "Oh, if you want to mate with someone, you shouldn't sedate them." And I jumped out of the dream. But yeah, I suspect it was at first the Draconians and the Pleiadians. And there's a lot of on my journeys, I've noticed there's similarities between the Draco and the insect race. A lot of mantis energy is in my life as well. Yeah.
Okay, what you're talking about is that's a lot to take in. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, so the username that you have that before you came on, that was the Jesus Arthur Excalibur. That was you.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure real quick.
Oh, for sure, brother. Yes.
Okay, well,
That's good.
Yeah,
thank
we
you
just
for
wanted to make sure you're legit, man, because we always have trolls jumping on here.
yeah. We're sorry for doing
We know now you're legit, so
yeah.
we do
Oh,
apologize coming at you a certain way. You're a legit person.
Yeah.
it's an honor. Bless.
All right. Next thing I want to ask is, I can already ask this based off your username, but you do believe in the Heavenly Father. You know He's real, correct? He's been around.
Yes, cool.
All right. Second thing is, you have pled the blood of Jesus over yourself. Have you done that?
Uh, I have, yes, I have bled quite a lot, yes. And I have been informally baptized by people on the street. But
Okay, that's that. Okay, that's good because I was about to say. Next question is okay. Say for example, and when any of these encounters, or if you're somehow continue to have these encounters, what do you think would be your best defense? Would you try to see if you can somehow defend yourself against these entities, or would you ask him to lend you aid? To like, I know you're relatively recent to this channel. Given I've only seen you here a few times,
this
but
is,
would you try to time bind and rebuke these entities in the name of Jesus Christ? You would do that, correct?
of course.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Because
uh,
there are more than a few reports of people who've been having encounters for their lives, and it wasn't until they turned to him that these entities, even as if you have true faith, they stop. There's been some where time stops, everything else is frozen, and when these entities try to abduct some people, they can't. Something stops them, and it's because they usually ask for his aid, and he comes out and help out. So the draconians or the reptiles, I'm forgetting how to say it. Some
yes,
may be good, some are bad, but I would do what Abe tells us several times, and continues to repeat it, which is a good thing, because the first thing we're supposed to do is test the spirit, whether they appear demonic or holy. We should do it regardless, which is a very good piece of advice, and we were also told to do that.
absolutely. I can recommend the Egyptian chant, you, which is it's just Egyptian for light. So it's like you, when you chant you, that shape is used by uh, like super soldiers and stuff to expel shadow entities when they manifest physically. I had this one interesting physical manifestation where I was clearing a friend's, what would you say, boys' den, pool's den, and there was a pool table, and my friend Jezza, his father said, "Oh, can you move a few things so I can have a game of pool with my son Jezza?" And I did, and as I started moving things, I saw this reptilian kind of ancient energy forming in the corner. So I left, thinking I'd cleared something, and I got delayed on the train tracks so late at night, and there was I looked down the track and I lit a cigarette, and there was like two red eyes coming up the side of the the countryside of the train track. So this was wild bush, but uh, it, it had as the eyes got closer, I realized it wasn't a vehicle. It was um, uh, like a 16-foot green goblin, and it was crouched down at about the height of a man, just crouched down. But as it came closer to me, it said uh, telepathically, why do you smell so good? Why do you smell so good?" And at the same time, I had these random youth, young youth in hoodies on the train tracks about 20 feet away, really pinging me with Superman laser eyes. And I think that they were trying to warn me rather than attack me. But um, I had those experiences where literally the guards will come out if something dangerous happens. But that thing was huge, and it was sort of see through, but to the point where I wanted to lunge at it, but I knew that it was actually. And the next day, Jezza texted me and he said, "I came for you last night," and the weirdest experience on the way home. The train stopped, and the conductor. I asked the conductor why we stopped, and he said that they looked at me and they were messing with me, and they said there's a dog on the tracks and there's a dog on the train. That was letting me know that something had happened that it wasn't supposed to. Have you ever had any experiences like that with things manifesting? But
Like something manifesting, like give or take in front of me. Is that what you mean, or just like some? Oh, okay, for something like that, there
yes, more there. But like when I walk down the river, there's a graveyard at the end of the talk down the river, and if I walk through at night, I can feel like the invisible spirits nipping at me, and sometimes I'll pull my cape or stuff like that. But
All right, I do have two, and I believe that. Okay, one of them involves something called a fae. Not exactly a fae, more like an enemy of the type. Do you know what I would. I was a few people I know, well, and I gotta agree with them. Also, call something similar to a goblin. Do you believe they exist as well, or no?
What,
um,
goblins?
I'm sorry. One at a time, guys.
What did you say? You're talking about goblins?
Yeah, like a goblin. I'm talking like one of those short, um,
Yes.
possibly green little guys that you might see like from a book or a TV show. Do you guys believe in those existing?
Yes, I've seen a few.
Joseph, what about you? Uh, dude, can you hear me?
oh, yeah, I've seen little entities, goblins. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen
Okay.
uh, yeah,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I just want to get a quick confirmation. Thank you for confirming it. All right.
Uh,
What happened? This was a few years ago. I was alone by myself. Well, not completely. You know, we have like pets, three cats, and I decided to like sit down in one of the recliners we have. And okay, so the basic layout of the house is the few chairs, a few like couch recliners are facing the kitchen, and you can see like into the kitchen from the recliner that I was sitting in, which is near the front door. And I don't know why, but I'm not sure if it's a sixth sense that some people have. As you was supposed to describe it, you sometimes you find yourself that your eyes are drawn to a certain place. Like I mentioned earlier, my eyes felt drawn to the mirror. I wasn't I wasn't doing it. I didn't mean to look at it. It's just it's like your own head moves itself to a specific place. This is more or less the same thing that kind of happened. I noticed that I was looking at the into the kitchen, and for some reason, I saw something that camouflaged itself. And when I mean camouflage, I'm talking like it blended in with the environment around it. The best way to describe it would be like the predator camouflage from the movies. It wasn't until my eyes started to see through the camouflage that I saw something that okay, I saw something that was short in height. And what I mean by short in height is that I'm 5'6". Okay, so and this thing was relatively just a little below my knees, just a little bit. And so that's the best, or the best height of whatever this thing was. As I saw through the camouflage, I noticed that this thing was peeking around the cabinet. I could literally see the outline of a hand that was holding onto the cabinet as it was looking at me. I didn't get a sense of dread or anything like that. I'm not sure because I wasn't focusing in terms of my environment or sensing any negative emotions, or I was just in shock. And once this thing was looking at me, I think that's when this thing finally got into its head that I could actually see it. That's when this thing decided to like book it. This thing took its hand off the cabinet that I was able to see, and it took it, and then it basically went behind them to where I couldn't see them. And in some of these stories, you the person that gets up real quick. Myself personally, I'm mostly just a little in shock, and I don't think of like doing it until this thing's probably long gone. So I know they exist. I looked around where it went, but yeah, that's one of the possible. That's one of the manifestations I saw. So I know that these things exist. I haven't thought about that.
Oh,
That's another.
absolutely. Yeah, it's, I
What do you
think,
think about all this AI stuff? AI shadow figures, AI vampires, AI werewolves, AI Bigfoots, AI aliens. They're out of control, ain't they?
Yeah.
oh, they are. They are.
I
There's
seen
also,
an AI of shadow figures down the river walk in San Antonio. I was like, what the hell? And I knew it was fake because they already had like four of them that posted from different areas, and it's the same shadow figure. You can tell it's AI generated. No difference in the aliens that they're putting out there. And there's people that see this and they say, "Oh, that's real, man. Yeah, it's real fake."
that's right. I mean, you've got everything from uh, all sorts of Bigfoot to I mean, a lot of the dogmen sightings are
Mermaids and all kinds of stuff.
yeah made in AI, but I think it's the Matrix just kind of uh, kind of overfries itself more the fifth dimensional magic uh, probably appeared, but yeah, the I heard that there was a real werewolf in one of the howlings. They let one of the Area 51 werewolves start, and that
One of the Howling movies.
yeah, yes, yes, and apparently the what's that little bear out of Star Wars?
Red Werewolf in London.
Yeah, yeah, American Werewolf in London. That's I love that show. That's a good show. Have you? There's American Werewolf in Paris too, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, yes,
And you got dog soldiers.
that
And you got
that's
Silver
right.
Bullet. And many others. So, what do you think about shaped skinwalkers? Because that can manifest to look like that. I got a show reel of one I captured out there by the creek where we used to live, where it I could hear it's moving, and it said it's telling me to leave. Then it growls like several times, but it tells me to leave or to run. You can see it
Uh,
where it opens the mouth and closes it. Let me see if I can find a video. I'm thinking since it was talking to me, it's got to be a shapeshifter skinwalker. What do
yeah,
you think they have the ability to speak?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Um, uh, Especially telepathically. But I believe they do. Yeah. Uh, good.
But they're in the form in the manifestation, right, of the werewolf or the beastly form that they take. I think I'll show you the video that I captured. It was during the
Like,
day and the sun was setting when I heard movement around me. I seen something move into the woods and I started walking that direction where I seen the movement and I was able to capture it on my live. I was just showing my viewers of the location, but I made a show reel out of it. Let me see if I can find it for you. So you tell me what you think about this.
yeah. I mean, I think it's like the Roman stories of skinwalkers where if you take if you put on the wolf's cloak and take off your
Yeah,
human
they're
person,
all
you
the
start
skinwalkers are all around Central Texas
yeah.
because it used to be native land. So yeah, we get a lot of activity of the.
Oh, absolutely. I think that the skinwalkers are
Oh,
everywhere.
yeah, I got the. Let me see. Make sure I
I
don't got
think
the. Okay, it's off right now. Let me see. I can find it for you.
We've seen so many.
Well, this one was from out there from the woods. Should I show you the original or the? I try to fix it up so people can see it better, but let me see. This one. Oh, here we go. All right, let me show you, or don't should I do a close up of it? Let me see which one I want to share with them.
yeah,
Here's
I've
your
heard.
original footage. I'm thinking this might be the original footage. Oh, here we go. Here's the original footage right here that I'm gonna share of when I was walking by the creek on the other over by where the club was, Beatrice. Okay, let me go to it and push play. There you go. See me. Let me know when you'll see it.
It's right there. We just like a few seconds back.
Yes, I think so. Yes, or something.
Remember how y'all talk about the Fae?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
fair stuff.
Well,
Check it out. You see that right there?
Oh yeah.
There's something here, but check this out. It's gonna change form. Look, see that? It change
Oh,
form right there. Look like a
right
white
there.
face
To wind. Yeah, white face to indigo. What?
right there. Look, like a white face. Now I'm gonna push play and let it play out. It's like it changes different forms,
Wow.
and the only one that has the capability to change different forms like that is a shapeshifter skinwalker. He's like manifesting different forms of what he's gonna turn into. Uh,
It's like he's walking through the trees themselves and using their energy.
yeah, he's using them. He's looking at me, and right there, look at this. Let me see if I can capture it showing his teeth. When he opens his mouth and he shows me his tongue and fangs, I guess, or teeth.
Oh,
He's showing teeth there. There it
oh,
is. It looks like it's got horns, man. Like some kind of horns right there, right in the center. Yeah,
Oh,
he's got
yeah.
his mouth open. Let me see if I can find a
That's
closer up of it.
wow.
I do have a closer up of it, but I have to look for it. I'll share it again in a moment. But I captured that above the creek. My sister would always say, "Why are you going out there?" I was always investigating, right, sis?
Yeah, he would always take pictures and he would say, look at this. And you could see them in the picture. You can see a lot of stuff. Like the goblins that you speak, I saw I would see goblins in the pictures. Even when we were younger, I would always see a goblin in the middle of the night on top of this TV sitting down. It was a small one, sitting down with his legs crossed and just looking. I say that's what it looked like a goblin, and it was just so scary. I was scared at first when I would see it all the time. It never
That's
felt. It was always there at a certain time.
yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of activity there. Then you had this tall figures that would come around the mobile home and start banging on the walls.
Yeah,
Then they started coming inside the house.
the
They had the
shapeshifter.
they had the ability to open the doors and close the sliding doors. Then they could even come through the walls, like in shadow form.
And
Yeah, a lot of.
sometimes they
Go
look like kids, and we would call them. We would see them like go to a room, and then like we would go, hey, we would go talk to them, and there was nobody. You know,
Yeah, you hear the, the calling or the chattering, and then it stops once you get close enough. Yeah, yeah.
like
So,
my dad sees a lot of that stuff at her house that it shapeshifts like to look like her dog, her son, her mother-in-law, and it's not them.
Yeah, she lives near the east gate of Fort Hood, right?
Yeah,
uh,
Yeah, there's a lot of activity over there by the lake and on base.
she says there was this one time at night that she had her hand hanging down, from off her bed, and she felt the dog lie down right there next to her, and she could touch the hair. She was like, "Oh, you know, buddy, go to sleep," and she could feel the fur. And then the dog started like licking her hand. And then she like saw the dog walk out the room, and she says, "Buddy, where are you going?" And then she looked on her bed, and the dog was right there laying down next to her.
wow.
He was asleep under the blanket.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
my uncle told me a story about similar seeing a giant uh, like cat, hairless cat in England, and it hissed at him and then jumped like into a small crack in the wall, like that was impossible to reach through unless you were the size of a grasshopper. Uh, it's interesting because the dog or like the black dog is famous for accompanying travelers and legends. Uh,
Mhm.
the grim, but I've got the black dog. That was my only tattoo. So uh, yeah, but you wonder if the dog men or the werewolves are um, intelligent or whether they've got agreements with the government. Sure they do, but yeah, it's, in Australia, there's this interesting colony of flying foxes, bats, uh, and they look exactly like wolves as they get bigger. Uh, so, do you believe that you have to take um, the life of an animal to become it, or do you believe that just embodying the spirit would be enough? Well, with alongside fairy magic. Speaking of shapeshifters, I think I encounter quite a lot, but uh, and I see Merlin a lot.
Well,
Uh,
I do
every
kind of believe in that because that is essentially what a skinwalker is. The only real difference is, in order to gain access to the dark magic that you have, they do need to open a door for themselves. Because some shapeshifters, like the shamans, the good ones, only do it to a certain extent in order to stay on the light side of magic. But in order to really go into the channel of the animal spirit, or to embody it, as you said, you gotta go into the more of the dark side of it, which is why the shamans take the dark path, kill a loved one, and then wear their skin, and for then you put on the skin of the animal in order to shapeshift into that specific animal. But when they do it, the it in a sense it's wrong. It doesn't look like the full animal itself. It's like something between a human and an animal. And for some people who have actually encountered a skinwalker, you'll be able to tell the difference. So I do believe in that, but there's only so much that us human beings can do. We just can't just become one. We can only go to a certain extent. But I understand what you're saying.
absolutely, there is the blackout reports from certain lycanthropes that have heard about through Area 51 accounts. So you do wonder whether this happens, they would even remember. But definitely passing the DNA through blood, especially the menstrual cycle, way will probably be a safe way for them to pass it on to their family or children without ritualistic sacrifice. But yeah, definitely the DNA lines could be, could be passed on through from mother to son. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, the change skinwalkers, they can manifest and mimic. Well, it's all dealing with witchcraft and necromancy. So demons can do the same thing. They can mimic to sound like you or to look like you. Same thing as a shapeshifter skinwalker. They have the abilities to turn into animals and to into people. I think the how you can tell a shapeshifter skinwalker is look them in the eyes. They'll have like a yellow glow in their eyes,
oh
and when
yes,
it's something that's demonic, it'll have a red glow in his eyes or red glare in his eyes.
Mm.
So that's the difference between a skinwalker and
absolutely.
you can type and rebuke through the name of Jesus Christ. Anything on the other side of the balance and overcome it spiritually through Jesus Christ. But you have to these things. What people don't understand, they attack spiritually. They try to attack your foundation, your vessel. So you have to keep protected. You can have no spiritual openings. You can have no anger. No, you can have no other things. Should have no fear. This one
Absolutely.
manifests physically because they want you to be afraid. Because all those are spiritual openings where they can attack. So that's why you have to maintain your low foundation and play Jesus Christ first. Sometimes you just have to take authority over them. Pray against them or type out and rebuke them through the name of Jesus Christ and send them away. And most of the times they're not by themselves. They come in many because when you talk about many, you can forget about the legion. So there are many. They come in numbers. Where there's one, there's always another one.
That's right. Absolutely. And all your chakras or your Merkaba has to be fully protected. Your light, but your electrical, all the arcs, all the Or the
They'll connect with you telepathically, believe it or not. It's because spirit knows a spirit. There's been times that when October comes around that time frame, I could be here in my house,
Oh, that's worse.
and they'll show me an image, or they'll communicate that way with me. When you've cross paths with them spiritually. It was like last year I was here. It was in my other house, and I was getting ready to do a show, and then I seen an image, of a certain area in the woods, and then I hear a message. The message is, "Meet me here at this location." And then he said, "When I see you, I'm going to shred you, like cut me into pieces, I guess." And then, I was connected spiritually, like telepathically or whatever. And then I said, and I was awake, and I was like, "What are you all mad for?" And he said, "I hate you. You urinated where I sleep. That's why I want to shred you." And I said, "Look, if it's you, the same one, that from Elms Grove, see, I remember when I urinated all over the woods, but it's because you came urinated on my house first, urinated on my doors and on my vehicle." I think I remember that day. I remember after I took like 4 gallons of water over there. I said, I was pissed off.
Yeah.
Just drank the hell out, man. I pissed all over the place. I was like the movie Till Dusk Till Dawn. No, the one with Antonio Banderas when they're pissing all over the place in the restroom. And I was like that all throughout the woods. So that's why he had beef with me, saying that it was bad with me because I urinated where I slept. But he came. Remember, he would pee on the doorways and on the sliding door and on our vehicles. And
Yeah.
it was a stench all over the. I mean, it smelled nasty, dude. So
oh,
I
wow.
went there and I peed everywhere, and every tree I could find, man. I was like a dog out of control, man. I was peeing everywhere, and all the trees that was in the woods. I said, "All right, I got you." Yeah, he was mad because of that. That happened like in 2015 when I did that, and we're in 2020. It happened last year, 2025, and he's still pissed off. With 10 years of pissed off because I peed where he slept. I believe that was the skinwalker that was
Oh,
mad.
wow, wow.
And
So,
if I would have gone, then it would have been an opening because then I'm believing of the communication we had. So I had to break the connection. I typed under Vic and G's scratch name, and I said, "Leave me alone," and that was it. I broke the connection. And this is one of the ways that they track you. How many people do you know that they've had something happen to them, and it always wants to lure them back into the house where they lived or to the location? Didn't you have that experience, B? When you left, you're the one of the last ones that left that house.
Yeah.
What would happen to you?
Huh?
What would happen to you? I mean, what are the things that would happen that it was trying to put you back to that area?
I don't know. I would always dream about it. I always
Like
dream
you
about
never
it.
left, like you're still living there, right?
Always in my dreams, and it wasn't. They were all bad dreams. Bad dreams.
yeah,
Yeah. So
I
yeah,
had
they
dreams.
can travel, man. They'll follow. They follow. They
Yeah.
follow wherever you go. Doesn't matter where you go, they'll follow. They know who you are. They know your spirit, so they know exactly where to go to. You know.
Yeah. They've been following us since we were young. You see? Same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. They've been tracking us through dreams. I remember falling down when I was 3 from like the clouds, and I fell about 2K into it and hit my body, and I remember thinking, "Wow, I'm back." And yeah, it's they can come into dreams. I had a friend, and we were playing. We would toxic drinking and smoking. Man, we were playing this kind of warlock game. Well, I was anyway, and we would all take turns at passing out, and the other one was I would pretend to fly off. In my dream, my friend, I was asleep and unconscious, and he showed me his fangs, and he says, "You're gonna get a bite. You're gonna get a bite if you don't wake up." So I woke up. He says, "I'm going to kill you," and so I woke up, and I realized that he was astrally scaring me on purpose to point me towards purity and health. That I was actually killing myself. So he was acting as a demonic friend to kill my through scaring me. But it's I remember astraling into the desert, and there was no pyramid, and I just all this outer in this tomb. It was like miles of fairy dust. And I knew it was Jesus's tomb, but he wasn't around. It was just me there. I remember, thinking every grain of dust was the time someone had teleported to that temple. And they say that, your soul, I don't know what put in the Bible, your atoms or your soul. I mean, remote viewing, big heavens and bronze and white or black and white, but actually see color. So I've had experiences with shapeshifters, and I encountered a form of like man, Guinevere, who
we're already at 3 hours on the show here. Whoa, 3 hours and 16 minutes.
And I got the cable like that. Yeah, but throughout my life, I've experienced a lot of reincarnation injuries. Like, you wonder why you get attacked, and really we're reliving traumas. I had a form of golden star, which is like, it's basically like scurvy, but it looked like leprosy, and I didn't realize I could cure it with like antibiotic in one day. But so things like that. It's interesting because you wonder whether some shapeshifters are on performance enhancers like meth, because it was they said, I heard someone say that they look quite young, quite old. At the same time, I don't do any of that. I just have natural energy. But yeah, I've heard there was this woman living underneath me once, and one minute she was yelling and she threw a couch through the window, and the next minute she was like 500 meters away within 2 seconds, and I swear she was that fast. But yeah, so I did hear. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish.
I definitely have heard chattering telepathic sometimes. I'll hear a lot of the Fae talking to me. When I was younger, I was on medication for a little while, which literally the latter back transferred to grounding. And, so it must have done something. But I had a lot of lucid dreams. And I started hearing voices, and I realized it was voice to skull technology, because they apparently, that medication was associated with school shootings. I researched it, but in fine print it said this adverse side effects may cause split personality disorder. So I threw it in the wash in the toilet, and this voices start talking in the day, but they would keep saying, leave, leave. And it was like trying to make me leave my own body. And I prayed for a higher power, like Jesus. I asked Jesus to come in, and yeah, I basically had to remove it myself. But the angels were, I physically felt them touch me and put me to sleep a few times. But yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how certain energies can reach you in heightened states or shamanic state. Uh, I did practice astral travel, so I'd hover above my body a lot growing up, and I'd usually be able to reach the ceiling before I would come back down. During the day, I would lie in the sun and let the sun pull my body up the warmth. Yeah. So growing up, I was in Egyptian religion, and we practiced astral traveling. But,
Hey, Joseph.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you're kind of breaking up just a tiny bit with your mic. Can you like move your device closer so we can hear you better?
sure. Is that good?
Yeah,
Can you hear?
that's
Oh yes. I have I've had a lot of a couple of memories of past lives. Particularly, there was this one in World War II. I had a fever, and I got to watch. I relived jumping out of a plane and being shot before I hit the ground in D-Day. But it was like one memory, or I relived it though. But that sensation of falling, yeah, it's quite intense. Uh, yeah, so I've definitely had satanic attacks, but because I was playing with magic, when I started learning about the Saint Germain's healing flames, that at the same time I had a negative energy in my throat chakra, and I literally, my whole face was on fire for 2 weeks, like literal pain. And yeah, I was really learning some lessons about purity with magic. But they, they say like the seven sisters, or like the Pleiades are it's like their wedding rites were to yeah, exchange the DNA, the grains of blood, and the men's pistol or your and that they were immortal on wedding, but that the whole alchemy of bloodlines has been manipulated through the cultures of men. Obviously, the elite gender at the time, for humans awakening, because a lot of people have these angelic and demonic sides to them, and as you lift the veil, you will realize these people have to be able to show you both sides of themselves and heal them, so that everybody can reach a place where it's stare death in the face and tell it to go away for another day. All that, but
I can
yeah.
definitely understand that. In terms of the whole astral bridge, astral projection or traveling, I've done that at least twice. One I managed to do at will because I wanted to see if it was possible. Another one, I believe I may or may not have ended up in the fourth dimension. This was on someone's a possible guess, which I am a bit inclined to. I am inclined to believe her, which was possibly the fourth dimension. I can talk about both of those experiences if you would like, Joseph.
Yes, yes, there is the fourth experience, fourth dimension. There's the realms where you can eat food. Like uh, there's the like on a conveyor belt in the spirit realm, and have tussles with beings and be shown at like amazing schools where you can play with light balls and stuff. But also, yeah, like in the fourth dimension, there was this teacher, and he was waiting for me to join school, and I thought, screw this, I can fly, and I
Oh,
pulled his
that
skin off, and his skin came off, and there was nothing. He was just nothing under there, and then I flew off, and they put me back in school. But with the fourth dimension, I've heard with the elite, they've got the technology to have dimensions inside, kind of hidden spaces, and there's a lot. The fourth dimension was about control, because it's the laws of cause and effect before the quantum, or the fifth dimension, or the but
okay.
definitely encountered things, and I've seen yeah, a couple of UFOs, but I've also experienced. I remember, I remember flying around my cot when I was 3, and I had this orange scarf on. I was just floating around, and I knew that the aliens were there with me. But yeah, I've definitely started to purify my soul again, and I've started to realize I've been versions of Arthur and Camelot in past lives, um, and also Jesus. Yeah,
Hey,
that's
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you. Did you say Camelot, as in like from the myth?
yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah. Like uh, I yeah, I I just wanted to know what true love was, and I wanted to know what who Guinevere was, and I yeah, Camelot. I've been inspired by the Fae and been taught by many witches, and um, with a lot of mothers, and guided by witches and wizards as well. Yeah, growing up, they just started coming clean with me about who they are without breaking the human frequency. But I have daily interactions with Merlin. Mostly he's just to the point where he's got multiple families and he can be anyone, but it's the same. It's the same jaw structure. Uh, yeah, but he can fool me if he wants to. But yeah, and then encountering Guinevere, I started to realize she's older than anything. She's Aphrodite. She's Medusa, blinded by her own beauty. She's always advocated for goddess, and I've met her physically in multiple bodies, but in the same location. But she has inspired me. Like one time, I swear she was up in a hotel with a balcony, and I heard these wings just fly over me at night. But um, yeah, I work with the energies, and I definitely asked Merlin to help me. And I realized that here's my father, but my brother at the same. It's hard to explain. Yeah, he's he's in a multiple plane. But yeah,
Okay, so I was actually curious about you using them as well. when you said Arthur, Pendragon, and Excalibur, I was gonna ask you at one point, and that's why I was surprised when you're talking about meeting Guinevere, and apparently you've also met Merlin as well, and you Merlin's like a father at the same time a brother to you in some sense. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, yeah. He keeps his distance, but he can. Um, he started out as a grandfather figure, sort of as like Simon Parks actually from Connecting Consciousness. I had an interview with him, and he said, "You have the pure soul, 100% pure good soul, and that's why you're not used to having a body because you're used to being light." And then I lost the connection, but then a couple of years later, he started physically turning up in my space. Like one time, he was just this homeless man sitting there with this long black beard and this long hair, and he just sat there, and I knew he was testing to see whether I would could see him. And then other times he will just zip past or with in a car or something. But and other times he'll be on ads. Yeah, and there's definitely he's definitely quite a cool guy. He can go young like that and be 25 and have it laugh with me. And he hasn't really directly like told me, but telepathically he chats to me. And he has come up to me a few times and asked for a cigarette and stuff, but he never gives the game away like a true magician. But yeah.
Abe, you want to tell this guy about the possible encounter with who you thought the homeless man that you met?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the story that you told someone? You want to tell this guy?
But the person that I felt that was Merlin,
Yeah.
that I've seen him before in the past. When talking about Portal, I remember being in I guess a different time, and there was this red dragon that had attacked the castle, and Merlin was there, and he told me to go through to this portal, and that's when I woke up, and then I had gone to the store. Like a day later, I went to the store, and there was this guy in front of me who was just staring at me, and he was just staring at me, and it's like he looked familiar, and then he looked like the person that was Merlin, the one that told me to go through the portal because of the red dragon. It was like a big red dragon or whatever, and he was just standing there acting strange, but just looking at me like he knew who I was, but he didn't have the beard. He was clean shaven, but it was him. I've run into him. I've already run into him 2 different times, but he shaved his beard off. But it's the same person that I seen in the dream. When we talk about Merlin and portals, well, that's something that he would do, right? Conjure things up. So he had to open portals to conjure things up. Now, the red dragon, who is the red dragon? That's the question. Was that red dragon Lucifer or Satan? I know it was dealing with something in that nature.
Absolutely. I mean, Satan is real, but which aspect of Satan was it? Was it the Luciferic masculine shadow side, or the Lilith side, or
And there was another person I encountered also that gave me something, and he told me this belongs to you. And I was like, I was at an estate sale, and he said, "This belongs to you." I got it over there in the other room. I never really, I mean, I showed it here a long time ago, but I haven't shown it in a while. I got it by the chimney. He said it belongs to me, and so you can have it. It's yours. And it's like I thought he was just being kind. I told him, "This is yours." He said, "No, I have many of those." That's what he told me. I have many, but I said that belongs to you. And this guy was real tall. As tall as when you think about the encounter I had with Indiana, which was a reptilian. Well, this person was very tall, and he gave it to me, and he said it belonged to me. And I believe that that house or the address, whoever owned that house, might have been something dealing with like a witch or something. I don't know. All in all, I got the thing.
It's
You
it's
want to
like
see it? Okay, let me go get it.
Yeah, I was about to say, Joseph, if one of the things on this channel is if you think you're crazy, you're not, dude. For um, you'll be amazed at this type of shit that's actually real, and most
oh,
people in this life are gonna be like, "Holy crap! All these legends are true." And I'm gonna ask you a quick question. Have you heard of a channel called Paranormal Roundtable? Have you heard of that?
yes, I have. Yes,
I
yeah. I have. I've watched it occasionally. Yeah, regularly watch the show.
Okay, I was about to say because I was
And,
actually about to turn you over to them too, because
oh,
some because and well yeah, that's what Abe was given.
beautiful. That's that's divine. Is that a Lemurian course? Wow, that's glorious.
Yeah, this
That
was
looks
given
like
to me.
some powerful magic,
He
brother.
said it belonged to me.
Merlin gave you that. That's amazing. Oh,
Yeah,
beautiful.
they told me it belonged to me. That it's mine. And I was like, I guess he purchased it from this location, and it was weird because in this location, the person had nothing but things of Mother Nature inside this home, right? And what I noticed it did not sell at all was little bluebirds. They were everywhere. In every room there was bluebirds, and they were intact, like brand new. But nobody bought the bluebirds. And this person was buying this, and I said, "Hey, that's pretty nice. What you have there, or whatever." And he just turned around and I said, "This belongs to you," and he gave it to me. I was like, I tried to give it back to him. I said, "No, it's
Wow.
yours." He said, "It belongs to you." He said, "I already
Oh,
have it." He said, "This is yours. Belongs to you." That's what he told me, and he gave it to me. Show it to you one more time.
wow. That looks.
Yeah,
That's
come close.
beautiful.
Let me see if I can light it up in here a little bit more so y'all can see it better.
That looks like it could open a portal to Camelot, to Avalon, my brother. Exquisite. That's exquisite.
Yeah,
That could
what
so
it is,
power.
I don't
Uh,
know, but he said that it belongs to me, so I have it on display uh, in my other living room. Of course, I collect minerals. If you can see, got all kinds of minerals here for
oh,
some for protection.
oh, yeah, that's.
Spiritual warfare.
Would you
You
like me
don't know
to?
what you're going to run into, so you have to have some kind of protection. So I'll keep this one in the other living room.
Oh,
I got it.
wonderful.
Yeah, he
Uh,
literally just gave it to me, and he said it belongs to you, like he knew me or something. And that's what I got out of it, and I'm like, who's this guy?
yeah, I have a crystal as well. Uh, I could show it to you, brother. It's
Okay.
a, yeah, it's a smoky quartz. I'll just find it. But it's a beautiful piece. It's quite it's like uh, a wand, but it's this is the piece that I shook uh, in the hills uh, in New Zealand, and it was a the right atmosphere, a storm. So when I shook the crystal, this UFO came over top of me. It was about the size of a bus, and it was like liquid Tesla lightning, but like, yeah. Uh, here's a wand I've made. It's a bit,
It's nice.
What's that? Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's got a peacock feathers in it from Lake Jubilee in Australia, and it's a beautiful lake in the bush, surrounded by like 100 peacocks.
Yeah, that's
And
nice.
apparently the oh yes,
Oh, there you go.
yeah. Actually, I've got this piece. Bit of selenite.
Oh yeah, selenite. I got a piece right here, right beside me. That's a nice one.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's wonderful.
Selenite stick.
Yeah, I'm
I got a
I'm
selenite tower also. A couple of selenite towers, selenite spheres, and I have a
beautiful.
lot of minerals that I've collected. Oh, that's nice.
Amethyst.
It's amethyst. Amethyst looks like.
Yeah, it's amethyst and smoky. Oh, and
Smoky inclusions.
yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I'm also a fashionista as well, so I made some clothes. And I put like different whistleblowers and disclosure. There's on fabric. There's Max Spears. That's Antos Bonacci. That's had to put Simon Parks on there. The other side is it's like Neo.
That's nice.
It's Neo stopping the bullets with sacred geometry. Yeah. I did this
There's a
one.
dream catcher over there also that I can show you.
Yeah, dream catcher. Yeah, beautiful dream catcher. That was other YouTuber. Forgive me, I've forgotten his name. But I did like Chris Cornell and things, and like some of the blood on from the lost soldiers. But it's hard to know if they are really dead or if the government's just keeping them safe.
There's an eagle. The reason I bought it is because my grandmother used to call me Águila, and Águila is in Spanish is eagle. So I bought this in an estate sale. I think the person that lived there was native.
Oh,
When I
beautiful,
go
brother.
and do my investigations, birds always warn me to get out of certain areas. So yeah, that's an eagle.
Wow,
The
I
dream
love
catcher.
that. Wow, that's cool. I did
I
this.
haven't mounted it on the wall yet.
I printed like reptilians.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool right there.
Yeah. You can see the eye. Oh, yeah, brother. I've always wanted to see the condors in South America. I've always wanted to take some ayahuasca and visit but we have we have hawks here. We used to have a huge Yeah, the eagle. It was like a 5 meter thunderbird. It was so big it could pick up mowers and stuff here, and it could fly to Australia. It was that big. Yeah. So, and it went extinct.
I have all kinds of things, brother, in here. My friend, he will make wands. He sells minerals, so he's got his wands that he made it. So I just got them on display up there.
Oh, beautiful! Wow!
In copper.
Oh, wow! That's beautiful.
And then I got another one here. It's got
Wow!
the minerals. But I got them on display inside my little cabinet there where the minerals are at. Yeah. Wrapped in copper.
Oh, beautiful!
Got a little selenite wand.
Yes. Ah,
Selenite.
selling like that.
And I got little scepters also. Like this. See?
Oh, that's cool.
Little
That's like
stand. Yeah.
that's a proper proper magician's tool. You mean magic? It's beautiful. I've got this
Oh yeah. Smoky.
smoky quartz. Yeah, this.
Yeah.
When I shook this, yeah, the light, the UFO came. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a smoky quartz, a big one down here. Couple of points, big ones, a big one with a pretty good sized ones down there. It's huge. Let me get it. See if I can- I don't know if I can pull it out of here. There's a lot of smoky here. Smokies. I'll show you one of the ones that I got here. It's like a smoky, dark smoky.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
But it's missing the other one that over there is big, but it's too much stuff around it. This is a dark smoky. Smoky
Oh,
quartz.
oh, wow. It's got good conductive energies, and tell it's been, it could harness a lot of energy. Apparently, the ridges on crystals, if you stroke them, your ancestors will hear you. Or if you connect to Lemuria. Or, yeah. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I'll show you the quartz in there. That's how it looks under the light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always keep minerals, and like I got this little bird's ear made out of selenite, peach selenite.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, peach selenite birds. Look at that. They're made out of selenite, a peach selenite.
Peach.
So they look like little canaries.
Yes.
Just got it right here.
Little dogs. With a very upper listen. Yeah, brother. Yeah.
They're saying that Andres fell asleep. I don't think he's asleep. He
Oh,
might be.
I'm
No, there
wait.
he is.
It's just that you guys are talking about crystals and all this stuff. I was wondering if Abe could bring out that dragon one that you bought, because apparently you have one when you were like moving out and you showed it.
The dragon one.
Yeah, apparently you have one. You bought one. I'm not sure from where, but I was curious to see.
No, it was given to me.
I was given to you.
Yeah, they gave it to me, but
Oh,
it was broken. But I was like, I'll put it on my display.
I did a black dark dragon ritual last night. Uh, with a dark dragon. It's like a yin yang meditation, but it was draconic energy.
Some of the claws are broken. Uh, I said I'll put it with the where the claws. You see how the claws are broken on it? There's
Uh,
three claws that are broken. It's got one, but this is fear, and here it is right here. Then one of the arms is missing, but here it is. Looks like this.
oh, oh, that's cool.
It's a dragon. So I just keep it up there as display, you know.
Because when the white and the red dragon come together, you get the gold, which is completion. But the red dragon is power.
Yeah, it's like a scepter or some sort. You see, it's got something in here. Yeah, this lady, she just gave it to me. I was gonna see. I asked her how much she's selling it for, and she said you could have it. So I just because she said it's broken, but you could have it, and she gave it to me. And I said, oh, don't worry about it. I just put it. I got a display. I'll put it on display. So when I display it, I put it like this. You know, like you can see the good side.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah, it's uh, Daring was really cool with wands, certain sacred trees.
y'all want to see something cool? Where's all the alien lovers? It's something, but let's see who can guess what this is.
Dude, that's like a ray gun from preserved ray gun, maybe. Well, it's like
But it looks like a ray gun, right? Or maybe a blow dryer in the future.
blow dry the future. Yeah.
But it's not. It's actually a an instrument. Check it
Hmm.
out. See the hole? The hole that's right here,
Oh yes.
and it's got holes right here. I don't want to whistle it too long because it might trigger the wind IGOs in the area. So that's the only little whistle I'm going to make. Is it like a flute, actually?
Yeah, it's like a flute. That's quite that's quite beautiful. That's quite cool.
Yeah. So I got it on my display. It's a souvenir. It's an old one, so you could play music.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah,
says
it's like a pan flute or
it's in Ocarina or something like that.
uh,
Yeah, I got all kinds of crazy stuff here.
Yeah, we're just talking
No,
like that whole whistle thing. It looks more or less the same thing as like from the famous video game franchise named The Legend of Zelda. He know that uses it in one of the games exclusively. Like you play certain tunes and you can like shape. He puts on like a mask or shape shifts into something else. I forgot the game, but I remember playing it. And you had to get certain notes to get past certain puzzles. So yeah, I definitely remember seeing that that kind of flute before. Uh, Law agreed with me. Agrees with me that it was like it's from Zelda.
yeah, yeah. I got all kinds of stuff like that, man. That from different collections. You know, I like going sometimes to estate sales. And sometimes you'll find some good deals. You know, of things like the werewolf that I got here. There's another one. Check this out.
Wow, bro, that's cool.
Look what he's gonna do.
It's
Wish I could shut up the light.
bro,
I had to
that's
shut it off, man,
cool.
Abe,
because my
That's
dog will
cool.
go crazy.
Abe, put Hannah's boyfriend down, Abe. That's Hannah's boyfriend.
We always use them for World Wednesday. Yeah, I find all kinds of stuff at estate sales, kind of like this right here. So you recognize this character?
Yes.
This
Bugs
is
Bunny.
your original Bugs Bunny.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. I had Roger Rabbit as a teddy growing up.
Oh,
Roger, old Roger.
I got some beautiful tiger's eye. Look at that.
Oh, beautiful. Wow,
Palm
that's cool.
stone. I got all kinds of palm stones, man. I got so much stuff. It's crazy.
Oh, I heard multiple
Got a
items.
garage. In my garage, I have all kinds of minerals over there too. So I just got to finish up, open up this boxes, put them up, and I don't need to be collecting no more. Just put it that way.
Oh, sweet. Well, yeah, I'm happy if to go on round table or heck hair. Yeah, I'm 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 not fussed either way, brother. Happy to. I've got a bit of blue tiger eye somewhere, a gift from my mother, but there's
My sister remembers. Where's B at? She can share the story because she's the one that seen the spear stuck in my freaking Achilles. She's the one that said, "Hey, you're bleeding from down there." She remembers if she's there. Is she still here? Because I walked in there limping into the house and I was bleeding from my Achilles. She's the one that seen the blood, and she's the one that said, "Hey, you got something sticking up." When the I know you believe in little duendes or fairies and stuff. Maybe do you remember that time, sis, when I came from the doing an investigation and I came limping into the house? You told me, "What's that? You're bleeding from the back of your leg," and then you said, "There's something sticking out," and I had to pull it out. It was like a little spear. Okay, yeah, my sister was there when I pulled it out, and I pulled she's the one that helped me treat it. Threw the spear in the trash can because I didn't know what was in it or what, but I threw it in the trash can. Yeah, she says yes, she does. She remembers.
Beyond, you do know you're on the panel, right? You don't need to put it in the chat.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody.
Really? That hasn't stopped you before?
I'm humble now. I didn't want to bother anybody.
Wait, but Brennan, did you really just wake up from now? Like, this guy shared some really incredible stuff with us. That
Well,
that really caught my attention.
I know. I they put I'm on some different medicine now, so
Oh,
yeah, it racked me out.
There you go. There she is. She remembers. Hopefully, she can talk.
Yeah, you had something long stuck in your Achilles. It was something long and thin. I don't know what it was. We thought it was like
I,
grass, but it
I
wasn't
thought I
grass.
had gotten. I thought I had gotten bitten by a snake, and I was telling her I think a snake got me. That's what I kept on saying. And then she looked. She said, "You got something sticking out of your leg."
But the blood was gushing.
When I pulled it out, it was gushing everywhere. Blood. Didn't you tell me treat it, Beatrice, with peroxide and alcohol? Then right after that is when I got the blood clot, if I remember correctly, because I didn't have it then. I got it afterwards. After I pull out the spear or the little mini spear from the duende. I'll show you who did it because I took a picture of it. In the military they train you to take a picture of the snake. So there's an antivenom. They'll get you the antivenom. And me, I was thinking a snake bit me, so I turned around and took a picture of where I felt something penetrate my skin on my Achilles. And when I looked, I found a little creature. Oh, okay, she said it's gonna be booting her out. So
Oh no.
yeah,
I
but
don't know. I don't know what it is with Restream and phones for some reason. Well,
I'm on my iPhone and it's not booting me out. Like it only did that one time.
maybe it's just Androids. Beatrice, do you have an Android? Because, yeah. Oh, man. Anyways, I was going to do a show Saturday night, but I had to cancel it. Or later on tonight, I guess. So
Oh,
it'll be a little while before I go back. Abe thought he got bit by a snake. I've been bit by one. I've been bit by one. It's not fun stuff.
yeah, it wasn't a stick. It was made out of it was like metal, like a spear. It was a spear made out of like the metal. It was no stick. It was I like I grabbed it. I couldn't break it in half or nothing because it was solid object. She's seen it.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah,
That sounds
shoot, we've
like
been
a.
on 4 hours now.
Goodness
Yeah, I
me.
didn't plan to have a marathon, but this is the way it happens sometimes here on spiritual and DNA encounters, or if you see in spiritual encrypted encounters. When we get it talking, we get it talking, and you know that's what we do. Talk about everything in here.
Oh,
Beatrice has an Android, and I think so does Nevaeh. So that I don't know what it is.
yeah, but Nevaeh has Verizon. Scrappy network, in my opinion.
I've got T-Mobile. I usually don't ever lose service, but I don't come on my phone. I just use my PC. It's easier for me. Now, when I'm laying down listening to the show, I use my phone.
She says it's past her bedtime. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to call it a night. 4 hours and two
It
minutes.
it is probably past my bedtime too.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that jumped on the panel tonight. You know, tonight it just happened this way. So everyone wants to come on, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays is when we have open mic night, where you're allowed to come on the show and share whatever stories you want to share. Anybody's welcome. Any subscribers that are subscribed to here, you're more than welcome to jump on and I think Tuesdays and Thursdays is any topic, right? Literally any topic, whatever
Yeah,
Yeah,
service.
just start one and then it goes to another and then it goes to another and
and even then, sometimes we don't talk about the supernatural. We just talk about our lives in general. If you got
yeah,
any issues going on,
Yeah.
true. That's true. But I probably won't be here on Thursday and
okay.
maybe even Friday. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
oh,
But
absolutely. I'll be here next Thursday, or definitely Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yeah, discuss and discuss some of my experiences in Australia with dingoes and stuff.
Yeah, just a quick question for you, Joseph. And what part of the world are you in? Are you in like Australia, the UK?
Uh, I am. I was in Australia, but I'm currently in New Zealand. Yep. I just spent. I was currently was living in Australia, and yeah, I'm in New Zealand. But my yeah, it's beautiful. It's actually in the atrium, a glass room. So it's a sauna room or a spa room.
Wait.
With some palm trees in here.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. You're where? Because
New Zealand.
New
oh,
Zealand.
New Zealand.
Very
Oh,
pretty place. I've seen a lot of pictures and activities out there. Very, very pretty.
Oh yes, it's called the land of the long white cloud. Is its nickname, and yeah, some of the Maori legends are really interesting about shapeshifters. Yeah, like Maui, Tane, he could shapeshift into anything from a bird to a shark, and there's some interesting stories. But yeah, very spiritual place.
Yep.
Yeah, where are you
Yeah.
guys? Like you guys all in?
we're in the U.S.
Yeah.
United. I live in Central Texas.
Me
In the
too.
Yep. I live in Illinois, near Chicago, which is near Lake Michigan.
You know what? I always see this guy, man, and he's pretty built. He's always running, and my wife says that he's got something wrong with him. But this guy is always running, and every time he sees me, he kind of reminds me of Thor. Right? This freaking belt. They say he's like, what is it when there's a certain condition, autism that he has, but he's always running, right? And every time that he sees me, he goes like this for some reason, you know. He could be running in, and it's hot as hell outside, and I'm passing by, and it's like he goes like that. And I'm like, what? Why is he telling me to? Every time I see him,
maybe he's hiding and trying not to be seen, so he doesn't want you to say hi to him, so nobody sees him.
yeah, he
That
always
might be
does
it.
that.
That might be it.
He did that when my son was with me in the vehicle, and my son was like, "What the hell?" And he's like, "You know him, Dad?" I said, "Man, son, I run into people that say they know me, and I don't even know who they are." It's a spiritual thing, right?
Right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
It's part of the awakening, you know.
I myself feel like I've sat next to uh, uh, either Loki or Thor at some point, but yeah, I suspected it was Zeus. But look, he looks dark. He always talks. Yeah, he always.
Yeah, Justin, that's my sister right there, B.
I
Yeah,
I
man.
swear, one time.
It's pretty crazy when you run into people and you're like, man, it's like we're all cross paths for a reason. That's all I can tell you.
Yes.
And in this show, that's what it always is. It's like the people that cross paths here is for a reason. We're here for a reason, talking about all these things.
Absolutely, brother. Like I was living in Australia in Melbourne, and I was talking to a guy, and he said, "Oh, he says, you can call me Archangel Michael." And yeah, he says you can be Raphael or Gabriel, but come have a walk with me. And he went for a walk with him, and he was talking to me about we used to be the dragons. We used to be as archangels. We used to have to turn into dragons. And he was saying, oh, that's why the churches were there with all their spikes, is because they were trying to fight the dragons. But I'm not sure. But he mentioned all the vampires and Melbourne. And I started to realize it was interesting how kind of conscious.
Crazy entities out there in the woods. You know, there's a lot of things in the woods, and you know the unseen that you might not be able to see it with a naked eye, but you can sense them. But you know the cameras do catch them. For some reason, cameras have the ability to capture these images. You know that you cannot see with the naked eye. There's sometimes it will manifest if they have enough energy that you're going to be able to see it spiritually through your spiritual gifts of discernment. But yeah, this is the Heavenly Father, like I said, places people in the cross paths for a reason.
Yeah, it's I'll have to show you a video of the um coronavirus footage of uh uh the kind of how do you explain it? There's a video of the resurrection of Jesus, the footage. It's really interesting. I came across it last year, and I found myself in the video, but my hair's naturally darker. But that's the photo. I don't know if you can see, but it's a photo
Oh wow.
of Jesus. It's like me with a black, yeah, my beard is black, but it's just, I'll have to show you that sometime.
Well, and I'm gonna jump off here and probably lay back down.
Alrighty. Well, I
But
hope everybody enjoyed the show. Of all the viewers that were tuning in here, that are tuning in. Yeah, maybe one day we'll share pictures, images, and stuff like that. You know, I got a couple of images that I've captured. I've got a couple of videos of things that I captured. What I believe could be angels guarding me or watching over me while I was doing my investigations and stuff like that. I have stories that I can share with y'all also about certain spiritual warfare. But we've been on here for 4 hours and 11 minutes. I think
yeah,
it's time for call it a night here.
you better before your wife starts hollering for you and Rebel wants more
Oh no,
snacks.
she's knocked out. She ain't gonna wake up till like 9, 10 in the morning. I don't know. But yeah, but
But,
we'll
all
keep you
right.
in prayer, Sister Brenda.
Oh, thank you.
Heavenly Father, we'd like to pray for Sister Brenda, for you to protect her as we place heavenly spiritual crosses on her from head to toe, especially in the location where she's sick. Again, if there's any witchcraft, narcomancy, or unclean spirits trying to make her ill, we take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Leave Sister Brenda, you're allowed to affect her as she is protected by the Heavenly Father. Send the Holy Spirit and the heavenly angels to do a clean sweep of her foundation, of her vessel, and her home. This we pray in your name, Heavenly Father. Also, I would like to pray for my son that's going to be taking a trip, for you to guide him and protect him on a trip where he's going, Heavenly Father. Protect him and his girlfriend on the trip that he's taking, and watch over him for me, Heavenly Father, like you always do throughout his trip and his journey back to the house. This we pray in your heavenly name. Amen.
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 So it's
Amen.
going on a trip, huh?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. All right, guys. Everybody up here, God bless. God bless everybody in the chat. Uh, and I will see you all later.
All right, good night, Brenda. Take care.
Good night,
Good
Sister
night,
Brenda.
Andres. Good night, Abe. Good night.
God bless. God bless. It's an honor. Thank
All
you.
right,
Good
I'm
night.
gonna go off too. Joseph, thank you for coming on. You certainly laid out some very interesting experiences that caught my attention, and thank you for being brave enough to come on here. Uh, so thank you for that. You definitely left a lot of thought for me I'm personally gonna have to look into. Uh,
Oh, oh, but
Yeah, he would be
Prince,
good to jump on over there with Brother Josh Turner.
yeah,
You know, I think some of the stories that he's saying or the things, it would be pretty interesting to have.
yeah.
I
I
think we're
was,
all connected some way or another spiritually, as brothers and sisters, and we've crossed paths, eventually, whether our spirits have crossed paths somewhere, it happens that way. That later on in the future, we cross paths again,
yep,
However that happens, because, the Holy Spirit is, and the Heavenly Father is the past, the present, and the future, because we're in spirit. So the Spirit knows everything. The Spirit knows the past, the present, and the future. So it's not by coincidence or an accident when we cross paths in this manner. That's what I was saying earlier.
yep. All right, Abe. Thank you for letting everybody up here on the panel. Thank you for everything you've done, and thank you for your service.
No problem, brother.
Good night to both of you. May the Heavenly Father bless both of you and watch over you. I'll be in the chat until you log off, Abe.
Alrighty.
Thank you, brother. Have a good night. And let's
Good
make
night,
that.
brother.
Let's make that night. Thank you, brother. Please enjoy. Please.
Well, there you go, brothers and sisters. We had a marathon here. Is this no, as many people that I cross paths with and stuff like that, just like the guy that I was telling that goes like that, the one that reminded me of what seemed to be a Merlin that I've run into him like 2 times already. It's like, what is the Heavenly Father preparing us for? He shows us certain things just to get us ready, but it's about of how we're supposed to be as individuals. We're gonna be spiritual ready as spiritual warriors. We have to maintain our heavenly love foundation and place them first. The past is a past and the present is a present, and we know who to fight through. The only way to make it into the kingdom of heaven is through Jesus Christ. If there was a portal, what people say, well, that's like a needle, the eye of a needle, very small, that only few are going to make it. And we know that Jesus Christ is the way, so the only thing I can say is maintain your heavenly love foundation, brother and sisters. Continue to do the good works. And I'll see y'all Sunday. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm thinking I'm not having no plans for tomorrow. So I don't know. I might surprise another one, but I don't know. I might take Saturday off and pop back Sunday. We'll see. I want to say thank you to the moderators for doing an awesome job all the time, getting rid of the trolls. Thank you to everybody that was on the panel here tonight. Andres, Brother Jesus, Sister B, Beyond the Box that came in there at the end. In saying that, shout out to PRT, Brother Judge Turner. Maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation and continue to do the works that you're doing over there, man. Positive thinking, that's the key. Don't focus on negativity, but focus on positivity. In saying that, this is Brother Abe Cias, Soren Cias, signing off from Spiritual and DDN Encounters. Good night, everybody. Good morning. Drink a cup of coffee for me. See y'all next time. Peace out.